Hello, hello, hello. I believe we might be ready to get going here, mayhaps. Season 3, the Puncture Edition, the Puncture Championship, the pain that will never stop being painful is finally up and running here. I see we have Lando in chat, we have Ty, Christopher, and Edster have dropped in so far. Edster has checked the mics. Cameras checked, media pen ready. Hopefully that goes for me too. I can only pray. Let's see if we are up and running. Cosby has awakened from his deep, deep slumber. I am going to go and poke Discord like that. Let people know that we are up and running. And we'll see here how this season is actually going to be shaping up here. So first and foremost, we have our lineup here. Harman Singh and Living Duck in Red Bull. LMWFB takes charge as team principal. Mercedes, reigning champions, Cloud and Petrov will be doing their best to hold on to that title. Floof has been put in charge. We'll have to see how that works out for them. For Ferrari, David and Rasik are once again teaming up. Angel, who again had a little bit of an unfortunate moment in qualifying, is taking charge as leader. Gojo and Cosby here at the McLarens, with Sorn heading the helm. Excitos, Kaiser is taking charge at Aston, with Serge leading the team. Showmarker and Mateus Marino, with Strella now in charge. I'm gonna have to see how that works out for Alpine. Williams, the only team with a Renault engine. Tanto and Beans are gonna do their best here. Drift is team principal. Alone Slow and Master are gonna try their best here. Christie takes team principal seat. With WMD, we have Monas, with Atta taking the team principal seat. Bahasir, Numitsuki, Mortis, and Trap, Inferno Trap that is, leading the charge right there. Hello Cosby, hello Park Petrov, hello Kanivia, Numitsuki, Texidos, hello, or Tex, as you might prefer because my pronunciation is absolute trash. Hello Chris Fly, hello Nick, how you doing? Hello LMWFB. How are you gonna do with the Red Bull team here? Are you gonna dominate with them? You are in fact the Red Bull key staff, and honestly, everyone that did get knocked out in the qualifier earlier today has been transitioned into staff members, or rather, your family in the cinematic universe has taken charge of the team to make things a little bit interesting there. Hello Ty. In terms of the calendar, we are starting here today at Monza, then we're going to Australia, Silverstone, Bahrain, Brazil, Emilia-Romagna, Hungary, and then we finish off in Jeddah. Jeddah is going to be double points, so the final race of the season could be extremely spicy, and for the time being, I'm keeping it a secret where it is going to rain. Rules and regulations are pretty straightforward. You have 3 engines, equal ATR. All the extra points are available. And with that, we are just going to load the career here and see how everyone stack up. Can you make me in charge of Ferrari? Unfortunately, that is a little bit too late to get started. Tix, you are a driver, so can't do both jobs, sadly. Monster last race would be more fair, less blocking. Well, I did random roll them, Ty, so you'll have to blame the random rolls there. At least Sanjita should have double points for Monster, and just would have been cooked. Would have cooked, indeed. But yeah, it is random rolls, and that is kind of also the name of the game here. If we knew the tracks before, then maybe. But since it is random rolled, I'm not going to make any changes there, unfortunately. Can we do a vote? No, I'm vetoing the vote on the tracks. They have been random rolled. We are going to have to live with them as they are. What was semi today morning for? Basically, we had 30 application ticks, so we needed to weed out 10 of them. And that is what we did this morning. Basically, we did a 4-race, 20 drivers. And as a result of that, we ended up with the top 10 going through to main event, which is what we're starting now, basically. I probably should also make a video where I kind of go more in depth to what this is for your Sunrider, so that might be a thing in the future as well. But yeah, in terms of the cars here, they are as equal as they can be. Do not look at mine. But do keep in mind here that there is also some difference based on engines. Particularly, this is the Williams who's running a Renault versus the Red Bull who's running a Red Bull powertrain. There is a discrepancy in top speed and acceleration that is solely due to the engine, so keep that in mind. It's actually quite a sizable difference. Remember, the difference between these two is 15. So with a RBPT versus a Renault engine, you're probably gaining 0.75 kph just switching, as well as the acceleration. So it's actually a sizable gain right there. But with that said, we are going to jump into the first race here in Italy. I have everything set up. We are ready here. We have Mini Floof to lead the way. Let's see what Monza has to offer.
Ferrari are giving this newcomer their first shot at a
Missed this stream,
Formula
also
One
missed
race.
America versus Floof.
Exciting to see how they'll
Oh, hello Daniel. Never should promote the Discord more. I probably should, but again, I'm just doing this to have fun more than anything else. Who is your teammate? Kaiser, I believe. The extra weight is 20, yes, and the AI will be shedding weight. It is ultra lightweight, but we have to wait for the AI to do one iteration of parts before they actually put that on the cars. So there is not going to be any random weight tie. The AI just needs to make the 0 kilogram parts, and then you shall be good. Hello Legumes, representing Renault. Floof would love you. Hello Who Dares. But yeah, let us jump into this first one. We are simulating directly to qualifying here. We're just gonna excel in practice though. That is gonna be a little bit interesting to take a look at. We are having light rain too in this first quali, which is gonna make it even more fun. But in practice, who did excel? E3, Marino here in Alpine. Floof's about to have a aneurysm at this stage. Gojo, Rasek, Living Duck, Tanto, Petrov, Sir Kaiser. Kyle here is he said his fast lap on the halves though, so I guess that is good, but that's also kind of bad because you need those for the race itself. Tires gets eaten through here like candy. It's gonna be quite wild. What if the AI dumb and decide not to develop? Luckily, the gaps between the races should be high enough that it shouldn't have any effect. Is the rain gonna get worse? Slightly, and then better again. So this could be a very interesting qualifying session. Be very interesting. A lot of cars are already going out for their first run here. The main runs are probably going to be the second runs, however. We have our first yellow flag. Petrov starts off the season with a spin.
Now look, here we head into turn 2.
Is the current champion washed? As the Alpine has to take avoiding action. Only lost 5% on the tires though, so it's not super bad. Two Sir and Aston, indeed. Sir Kaiser and Sir Dix, both of them have been Aston teammates in this one. I'm glad the legend of Floof lives on. But yeah, we are going to take a look here and see how everyone are doing. Green sectors, I probably buffed my car a little bit too high. This is basically almost the best. It's lacking staff, it's lacking the HQ buildings, but it's basically the best car you can make. So we'll see how far everyone ends up behind. Petrov there with 47 seconds to P1. I think that's not going to be good for him. For her, sorry. I do need to also... I should also have a list like male-female to make my life a little bit easier so I don't get cancelled by saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Petrov is actually going out last, which could be great for setting a new time. But we are also having cars starting their fast laps, including David here, who is going to be the first one, if I'm not mistaken, to get running here. No, that 30.8 is not amazing. It's worse than their first run. But Taz is struggling. Kaiser is running very similar times to David here. What can he do? Still same place, 4th here. Taz moves up to 9th. Kaiser finds himself in 12th, which is not great. And the track condition here has changed to dry. This is going to be when people want to do their fast laps. And as you can see, the bottom are for the most part doing just that. Petrov with a 30.9 here. Cosby with a 30.6. 29.1. puts it up into, well, technically first at the moment. A lot of cars improving as we go. Question now is going to be, can Petrov make it out of Q1? Or are we already going to see the champion in trouble? I expect to finish last every race as I've been nerfed with Floof. Well, you're currently up into 5th. A 10th off the lead, so I don't think you're too bad here. Hello, Tessa. Nice to see you. Sergeant's not charge fasten, indeed. It is a little bit easy, indeed. Yes. The media pen is ready to go. Well, we are going to have another run here for most cars. There's going to be a little bit more water on the track, but we could see the bottom 5 make their way out of trouble, as it is gone back to damp. But currently, Gojo, Marino. I need to take a look at that name again. Give me a second. Marino, yes, I was correct. It's in danger. Taz is in danger. We have the RB and also Kaiser here in danger. So a lot of cars do need a little bit of a better run here. And Alonso is currently living up to his name. And going off the top of the leaderboard. Well, it could mean that you're about to get absolutely assassinated. So who knows? It can mean a lot of things. Could mean a lot of things here. Sliving Duck and Harman Singh here. Need a little bit of better, well, at least Singh needs a little bit of better performance out of his RB here. 2.4 minutes to go, or rather 2 minutes 40 seconds left of this qualifying session. Out laps are happening, fast laps are about to start here, with Tanza being the first one trying to get out of the danger zone. Improvement in the first sector, at least. What can the other two here do? Singh, similar time. Kaiser, one-ups both of them here. What about the second sector at 29.4? That is a yellow. The rain is going up, so the longer they wait, the slower they're going to be going. Are you going to improve enough to get out of the danger zone here? As Kaiser goes still a lot quicker. Half a turn up on Singh at the moment. Tez, unfortunately, is out here in Q1. No way around it. And Kaiser, Davis Bacon, he puts it up into 5th here, so there is room for improvement. And we are seeing improvement from Gojo, even more than we did from Kaiser. Singh, I believe, is unfortunately out. What about Marino? Gojo is coming over the line, safe. What about the Alpine driver? Not safe. Alonso is living up to their name. Is on a fast lap though, so could still make it out. Currently David in danger. But it doesn't look like there is improvements happening, and we do have a yellow flag there temporarily. Beans with a bit of a lockup as he too is gonna go out here. So Singh, Tez, Moreno, Alonso, and Beans are out in Q1 by the looks of it here. Ah yes, 2.4 minutes, exactly. It does though. 2.4 minutes would be 2 minutes and 24 seconds. It's just, you know, I worded it poorly. I think this happened last season, the first race for us. Looking forward to race 2 to improve. Could be. Could very well be. Legumes, unfortunately, did not make it through here with the beans. Needed a couple of hundreds, really, to one-up David. The Alpine spirit lives on, though, in Moreno here. So, yeah, Canavia puts it, well, technically on pole. McLaren has strong pace here, too, so we'll have to see how they perform. They are less than a tenth behind, and honestly, you can say the same all the way down to Kaiser, who actually beat Petrov by just 1,000. Q2 and Q3 should be very interesting to see it, too, in terms of how everyone is going to be performing. Let us send R1 Floof out here, and we'll see how it goes. Rain is expected, which means this is a one and done shootout right now. Basically. The lap, you have one chance to set a good time before the rain arrives and make it basically impossible to beat it. A lot of cars are lining up. Master is the last one out. Should hold a little bit of an advantage. But yeah. Gojo runs wide on the outlap. That is not good for those soft tires. I give you a little bit of praise, and immediately you do some shenanigans. So yeah, tiny bit of a tire disadvantage there for Gojo. Tiny bit. Yeah. Let us see here how we do. There is a Sauber here. It's currently the first car after ours. Let's see how they do. 28.8. Is any of the other, well, 13 contestants going to beat it? Numitsuko, same time. Same time for Razek, same time for Tanto, which means that it is competitive. 27.4 in the second sector. David improves to 28.7 alongside Kaiser and Petrov. Are we going to see some upsets here? Razek now 27.5. That is not good enough for him as subs come across the line here. Next up, we should have the Haas of Nimitsuki. Ooh, just a 10th off there. What about the Ferrari of Razek? Up into 5th, Tanto in 4th. Are we going to see Petrov take the lead? He does. David is up. Ducks up. Gojo in the lead at the moment. Are the bottom here going to improve, or have we already seen who's going to go out there? Kaiser takes Razek. Who was this? Mona, sorry. Master, and also here, the other Haas driver of Lando Mortis is currently in danger. And with the rain slowly approaching here, I don't think we are getting a... I don't think we're getting an improvement. I'm not going to lie. We can see it. But I think we are in trouble here for them. Already tracking my team down. Don't worry. It's the first race of the season. Anything can still happen. Seems like a few tenths might be different to third place and being knocked out. That's kind of how it works when everyone has the same car. Like, currently, Kaise has been knocked out by just 1700s. And Tix is doing a desperate attempt here to try and get, you know, salvage something. But yeah, a couple of tenths is more than enough to be the difference between pole and, you know, not pole. And for the top 3 here, just separated by 2100s. So it's going to be a very, very close one here. Hello, mate. This is my first time playing this game. Could I explain if one engineer is better than 2.226? Basically, the way that the engineer works is that they give you expertise daily, and while assigning more engineers makes the project finish quicker, you end up getting less total expertise. So the reason why we recommend using one engineer is just because it's the most cost-effective way to make the car better. You don't really gain anything by putting on more engineers, other than you're going to be spending money for basically the same gain. So there's no need to rush it, really. But yeah, both Astons are done here. It is unlucky. But yeah, we shall see here. The McLarens are showing to be a strong contender here for the championship title. Petrov at 8. That was qualifying though, so that doesn't really matter. But this time I'm not going to interfere. Let's see how we do. I did also forget to upgrade my weather center for perfect here, but we are getting a wet banker lap and then a dry final run. That's going to make things a little bit interesting. I've lost... You feel pain already before the race has begun. This is going to get interesting for sure. But yeah. Anto did get a race win in the qualifiers. Cosby picked up 2 race wins in the qualifiers. We'll have to see how they can mess around with the champion here. As we have some purple sectors going Cosby's way at the moment. The McLaren still being very, very strong, but there's a Sauber in the mix. Conditions have changed to dry. Petrov didn't really get a good run here, to be fair. 6 tenths off at the moment. But the final run here, as the clock ticks down, is going to be the one of importance. Because let's face it, as it dries up, everyone is going to go quicker. And Showmarker here, with the Alpine pit crew, decides to go out first. That is a terrible idea. Same here for the Haas driver. Gojo comes out, and then everyone just sends it all together. You do not want to be the first car out in this scenario, because if you are, you're going to be running on a still wet track, and we're seeing this here with Showmarker. Showmarker is going while it's still a wet track. Nimitsuki is going while it's still a wet track, and Showmarker had a lockup, so they are basically going to be finishing or starting in 9th here. What can Nimitsuki do? Are you going to be able to improve here? 28-9 at purple sector, not that surprising. Still a little bit of water on the track. Are we going to see any sort of improvement from Gojo? It's 2/10s up there. That is the difference basically in the water levels, as Petrov has decided that they want that crown back. 28-4. Up 2 to 3/10s here on basically everyone but Duck. That is kind of wild, as Nimitsuki puts in a 22-4. Time to beat here. What can Gojo do? Is Gojo going to beat that? Does in fact beat that by 2/10s. What about the rest of the grid here? Dub gets second. Tanto moves up into 4th. Cosby in 6th now, while Duck takes pole position at the moment. Petrov gets 2nd place. You were all running very, very close there. Mitsuki here, even on pretty worn, you know, a wetter track than the other behind, still did an honorable effort here. But yeah, Living Duck, Petrov is starting front row. Gojo finds himself 2nd row along with the dub. Am I able to pin the driver liners in Discord chat just so I save scroll page time? I can do that really quick, yes. Give me a second and I'll find them so you can have a little bit of an easier time. I should probably have done that a little bit sooner, but yeah, just give me a second and then we'll jump into the race itself. If I can find it myself. Let's see here. Sorry, everyone. Our media correspondent needed a little bit of support, which has now been granted. Bet on Cosby for pole? Well, hand over your money, basically. Yes, yeah, the time advantages on tracks matter quite a bit in the F2 races. Yeah, it's going to matter here too. Peppered sandwiches to grill. Get the grill? The grid, yes. But the track here, this is going to be interesting because what you are seeing on the screen isn't actually what the race is going to look like for our contestants. I want to keep that, again, just a little bit of an up in the winds situation. I see a lot of soft. I see a little bit of medium.
It's lights out and away we go.
Can Living Duck keep the lead here? Starting this one. A good launch from Gojo. It's actually getting Petrov even. But I think the corner is just not going to be kind to the McLaren here. As Petrov does retain 2nd at the moment. And does manage to keep it. Good start from Living Duck. Petrov keeps 2nd. Gojo is 3rd here. Nimitsuki moves up to 4th ahead of Dub. Tanto in 6th. Cosby 7th. David in 8th. Kaiser 9th. Moving up from, well, there. Qualifying position, and Showmarker is now the last point runner. And also running a medium tire here from the get-go. 2 hard runners in Alonso, and Singh is going to make things a little bit more interesting in the back. We are also going to retire our vehicles, so we aren't in the way of everyone else. But yeah, a decent start in, as you can see, in terms of tire wear. Already 8% on the first lap. 9% on the first lap. Are we getting 10% wear on one lap here on the soft tire? As we have our first incident, and once again, Gojo is involved. Look at the McLaren.
That's it. That's the spin. And once it started, they were pretty
that is a decent amount of avoiding actions, to be fair. And then this Salva says, nah.
And you can just feel
nah, fam, I'm giving you a hug. But yeah, that is Gojo losing an additional 15% tire, 14% tire compared to everyone else, and it's now outside of the points. Not a good start here from the McLaren team. There was a yellow flag there momentarily. Singh with a lockup. Those hard tires are already gone.
Right, so this was the 4th corner.
The media promised to praise the FIA director. Oh, Alpine just barely survives the Red Bull attack. That is an assassination attempt from the Red Bull. And look at this. 65%. David now with an incident. Oh, that was
take a look at the
That was close that we had another incident following that one.
They took turn 8. Oh, and they need to be watching those track limits. Perhaps a little lapse in concentration, maybe.
Ty's not going to be happy. His silence is telling. Is Ty even here? It's going to be the big question for this one. But yeah, a lot of cars already locking up, having some minor incidents. I still can't believe that Singh here locked up and lost basically every part of his hard tires. The hard tires are a huge advantage in this format. And Singh's tires right now are not helping. They are not going to be. They are not going to be in a good place here. Yeah, hard tires lost 40% in, well, 2 laps basically for Singh. Petrov takes the lead at the moment. Him and Duck are switching back and forth after Gojo had that spin. There's now a 5-second gap up to the front runners. Are they going to be able to take advantage of this and keep it clean for till the end, or is someone else going to get involved here? But for now, we are just going to keep on and relax, see how things develop here going towards that first pit stop. Duck and Petrov are leading the charge. Dub in 3rd, Mitsuki in 4th. Suko. I need to check my notes again. I am doubting myself. Nimitsuki, sorry. But yeah. In 4th, Tanto in 5th, Kaiser 6th. We have Schumacher fighting Kaiser. Osby, Tix. Again, it takes me probably a couple laps here. Monas, of course, in 10th, and then Gojo. First pit stop here might happen before lap 8, as things are going. It's only the first race, but not Petrov. Damn. No mercy. The top 2 are losing out right now. They are being hunted down. The chasers here gained a couple of seconds on that last lap. With the DRS switches back and forth, I guess we could see some decent hunting here taking place. And are they going to close the gap even more? Gained over a second on that lap as well. Gojo is the first car into the pits here at lap 7. That is very early, and he does opt for a medium tire, which at least is a little bit positive. Should allow for some undercutting to happen here. I thought we did fuck already. Clearly we did not, but yeah, we'll have to see. Does well when it matters, I think, is what happens with Petrov here. As Kaiser now also likes to come into the pits. Mortis, Kaiser, David, and Taz all into the pits. Hard tires for the Mercedes, soft tires for the Ferrari, soft tires for the Haas. Kaiser does jump Gojo unsurprisingly here, but goes to the hard tire. Could basically undercut the entire grid at this rate if they get a couple of good laps. Pit stops around here usually take 25 seconds. We have terrible pit crews, which means that they take on average 4 seconds, so add another 2 to that. So Kaiser just needs to get a couple more seconds there on the top runners before he starts causing some problems. As well, the gang all pit right now. Tanto, Nimitsuki, Cosby, Tix, Rasek, and Dub all come in. Who's going to have the cleanest stop and get out ahead? Tanto, clean stop onto this medium tire. Cosby, a soft tire. Nimitsuki, a soft tire. Medium for Tix, medium for Dub. And Rasek goes for a a soft tire. And Master continues the pit stop issues that he had in qualifying in the main event here, and it's now unfortunately dead last behind the beams after his pit crew didn't know what a tire looked like. Petrov and Duck, the race leaders, do come in now. Is that a soft tire I see for the Mercedes? It is. Medium tire, I believe, for the Red Bull. Both of them have clean stops. Where are they going to come out here in the order? As we see damage for the Haas. Is it an underfloor issue? Petrov and Duck now have been separated by 4 cars. That is actually quite insane. Look at this. They came out basically together, and now there's 4 cars between them. What is this heresy? But yeah, Petrov on the soft tire now is next second behind the Tanto. We'll have to see if Showmarker and the rest, they do opt to pit on this lap, or if they go longer. Showmarker is coming in. Is Monos going to come in? No, Monos goes for another lap. What about Singh? Is Singh going to go and get rid of those hard tires? Is indeed. Soft tire for the Alpine. For Singh, I can't really see. It's like 3 days away. Medium tire. Gojo with fastest lap at the moment. We have more damage now. Living Duck has picked up some sort of damage somewhere. Can't believe I'm in a battle for last. Santo does have the net lead, you are correct. Although Cosby has taken that as of now. So it's still basically just one big DRS train. So I wouldn't say that anyone is leading at the moment, because anything can happen. Petrov and Living Duck does have tire advantage. Showmarker has tire advantage, as Marino now comes into the pits for an Alpine pit stop, which goes fairly well, all things considered. Is Monas now going to come in? But I have no clue where both Duck and Nimitsuki picked up the damage. It has to be underfloor, suspension, or something. Because if we take a look at this right here, it is not related to any of their components. So it is underfloor or suspension damage. Just looking at that front wing being in one piece. And we have another damage now. What's going on with these three? What have you done to your cars? Someone is chucking Lego pieces onto the track, clearly here. Sauber comes in. Monas is going to come out towards the back, but on those hard tires, undercuts are very, very likely here. Let's be perfectly honest. And it is still a pretty close grid here. With the exception of Alonso, who still needs to pit, it is just 20 seconds from first to last, really. And with that, anyone could puncture and find themselves on the podium. Show interval, we can do that. Back on the move, I don't like if we pack different training spaces over and over. I think that is also one of the reasons why damage is occurring. People are just getting pushed off the track. So we could see some more damage here in the near future. But Alonso is still leading here on those hard tires. But again, the hard tires have barely lasted 14 laps. So usually you stay on them for over 30. So you can see that the smoothness is already affecting a lot of cars. Welcome back, Cosby. You are currently fighting for the win. In theory, you can still puncture as well as everyone else here. But we'll have to see how this goes. Marino now, with the fastest lap, all the way in the back, is moving upwards, getting close to the front, really. As Showmarker has done a little bit of a breakaway. But Petrov is not going to allow that to stand. Neither is Tanto, Cosby, Kaiser, Mitsuki, Tix, or Duck. They're all just chasing down that breakaway group. Please, I'm begging you. Be smart. But yeah, Nimitsuki here, 35% tire. They are on the radio with the race engineer, begging them, please, I need new tires, please. Undercut, I beg of thee. But Monas here does have some serious undercut potential if they can get past the two cars ahead. On a hard tire, it's going to be able to stay up a long time. Alonso has proven it, started on the hard tire, still on the hard tire, and making it work, as Petrov has now eaten their tires pretty substantially here compared to the cars behind. That is worrying for our current champion. Alonso does finally find their way into the pits. Soft tire awaiting them, and a drop further down the order as well. David comes in, Master comes in. What tires await them? A medium. That's not a bad one. Soft one for Master. Still going to be suffering a little while longer. As we see now, the tire starting to take a toll. Under 30% now for a lot of these guys. Oh, I love that. But I think beer was better, not beans. Well, to be fair, I thought that too. I thought I had messed up. I had to check that we didn't get... Oh, Petrov comes in. I had to check that we didn't have an imposter here. But yeah, Petrov comes in. Nimitsuki They've heard your police over at Haas. They are bringing you into the pits here. Medium there for the oh, that's a slow one. Medium for Petrov. Hards for Numitsuki. For Razek, mediums. They're going to try and do some undercutting here. But yeah, that slow stop did not do you any favors. You're now 7 seconds behind the reigning champion here. We have Mortis here, getting close to Puncture territory. Puncture territory has been entered. Are we going to have our first puncture here from the other Haas car? There was some sparks there. Danger is danger is here. We have another piece of damage too, as Cosby finds his way into the pits, and Lando Mortis does the same here, playing it safe. Is that a hard tire I spot? It is. Medium here for the Haas, and for Beans, a hard tire. Trying to get that undercut done before that final pit stop. But yeah, currently Petrov is actually been undercut here by Alonso. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, look at this. Alonso pulling a Giga Brain move here. I believe is actually net P1 at the moment. But we'll have to see if those tires can keep him going, basically. Panto, Schumacher are running away out front. Kaiser, Duck, and Tix are squabbling a little bit further back here. Gojo comes in. Faster lap goes to Alonso. It is a terrible stop there for Gojo. And Singh gets out on the soft tire way before him. The bad luck will not stop for the McLaren driver. What is Sarge's real name? Like YouTube name? Are you wondering who Lieutenant Sarge was? He's LT5 Urge. So he's Lieutenant Surge, but he has 5 instead of the S there. I should press the K1 button. Oh, Tanto and Schumacher are coming in. Who's going to win the pit duel here? Hard there for Tanto. What about Schumacher? Schumacher wins the duel onto a soft tire. Tanto is coming out on the hard. Moreno is coming out on a hard. And that should shake things up a little bit here. Picks now. Swell's Living Duck do need to pit at one point. And Alonso is still net first here. Monas managing to kind of also get a little bit further up the order. But the final pit stops are literally what's going to decide the order. So even if they're in a good position now, it doesn't mean they'll be in a good position in a few laps' time. As the Astons are doing some side-by-side racecraft here, trying to hunt down the Living Duck. And that is not a good move from Tix. He stayed out one more lap while in puncture territory. Living Duck here onto a soft tire. Dub onto a medium. Sorry, off a medium onto a soft tire. And we'll have to see how this changes things. But yeah, Tix and the Aston crew are gambling with their lives. And gambling with the podium. 15%. I need to treat him nicely. I don't know when you got damage. It's basically, it doesn't give us any positive Cosby, so we don't know what the damage is, but I assume underfloor for all 4 of you. Bye, Tix! Well, Tix does survive and get into the pit, so Tix is safe for now. But with most cars having done their pit stops here, Tez is up into podium places, but let's face it, needs to pit very soon. The same here for Alonso, really. So there is going to be some shuffling. 25 seconds down is going to put them towards the back of the grid. So basically, if you have to pit before everyone else, you are going to be in trouble. And I think we are going to see a case of it here. Even Kaiser is going to be shuffled out of the points when they do pit, but they are going to have a bit of a tire advantage. So at least they should be able to make that work. You survived, Tix. Don't be so negative. That is extremely lucky. Yeah, it is. Some people will get a puncture at 20%. Some will survive until 10, which is wild. Hello, David. How you doing? But yeah, right now, it is getting a little bit spicy here. Somehow, Tessa here has made their way back up into contention. Tanto is probably the best bet right now, just judging by the fact that he's on a hard tire. Let's face it, Tix and Duck is also in a decent spot. But definitely Tanto with the hard tie does hold advantage at the moment. We do also have Kaiser here just staying out for probably way longer than he should. I'm not going to lie. Allowing Alonso here now to start building a little bit of a gap out front. We are getting closer to puncture territory for both of these hard runners. Would like a hard, I'm alive, but that's all that matters. Kaiser does come in. And honestly, we might as well take a look at the tire history and see who still has a hard tire available. And this is not a good thing for anyone that is going to fight for the win. Petrov here has a hard tire available, and so has Showmarker. They have yet to use them. Rasek has a hard tire available. Lando Mortis here has a hard tire available. Duck, Tix both have hard tires available. They're probably going to go to them till the end, or at least try. So we are going to have some spice here, with actually quite a number of people having hard tires available for that final stint. Monas comes in here. Tess comes in. Let's see who has a clean stop. Kaiser goes to a soft tire. Hard tire for Monas. What about Tess here? Medium. And they do get shuffled down the order. Alonso currently squabbling with the current champion, but just can't make... just can't defend. Petrov just slides by. Very, very easily. Let's go with the Mayhem. It has yet to arrive. No one has actually punctured yet. Halfway through this first race. You want the position, you're going to have to earn it, damn. The goat has taken a spot again, indeed. Alonso, though, is getting a bit of a free toe here. But it's now entering that puncture territory as Singh plays a save. Having learned their lesson in the qualifying. Alonso does get a puncture. Our first victim of the night. The RB at the start of a lap. This basically shuffles him completely out of contention for points here. And they could also be holding up the McLaren. Potentially here. We'll have to see. Holds up all of these cars. Look at that. Cosby gets free. Haas gets free. But they're all getting absolutely screwed over here by the RB. And now the teammate. Look at that. The teammate got held up and shuffles back into Gojo and David. That is not what you want to see. And everyone here has been held up at one point. But Cosby and the rest here lost so much time due to that puncture that the top four here, Petrov, Schumacher, Tanto, and Rasek, have been given a little bit of breathing space as a result of that. Alonso lives up to their name right there. But yeah, let's see what they give you. They give you a medium tire. And we'll have to see just how far behind you're going to be behind everyone. But basically, more than half a lap here. Almost a full lap. So yeah, the second you get a puncture, you are getting shuffled out to the Shadow Realm. 2:09 lap time on that previous one. Lost 40 seconds. And probably cost other cars more than that. So Alonso here, bringing the spikes, if you will. It's a yoke. It's a yoke. It is very unfortunate. Massa now comes into the pit lane. Strategy was cooking until that. How will we survive on hard for 23 laps? By praying. As we have a yellow flag in, Moreno with a spin.
Take a look now. Well, things are okay at this stage. Round they spin.
And that is a hard tire. That is not the tire you want to make a mistake on. And for Moreno here, down to 50% wear now. That is a yikes moment from the Alpines. That is a real yikes moment. And now we have a lot of medium runners getting into that dangerous zone. And they too could puncture. They too could hold people up. And that is... that's going to cause some problems here. But Tanto is in a pretty dominant position here. Not going to lie. But keep in mind, I believe both Schumacher and Petrov has hard tires of their own. And they might try and go till the end on them. So while Tanto probably will need 2 more stops, the other 2 here might get away with 1. Schumacher is actually in the lead. We have another yellow flag, very minor one, as Gojo now has the puncture. Yikes, lock up into a puncture by the looks of it.
Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. The car fails to respond. Just unable
That
to
would also
control
not
the
surprise
car
me
by
if you picked up some underfloor damage just skidding over the curb right there. But yeah, Gocho is getting shuffled out completely here. It's not really holding too many people up, however. Playing it very, very nicely here, getting out of the way of everyone. But yeah, that is not a good start. Rasa comes in here, hard tire onto the Ferrari. Cosby comes in, soft tire, meaning he needs to pit again. We're down in the underworld for a second. Hard tire there for the Haas car of Mortis. And what about David here? Hard tires. I do think the hard runners here are going to try and stay on those tires till the end. Cosby here is going to have to struggle for the next 20 laps. 22 laps for Mortis, 22 laps for David, 22 laps for Razek. Can they pull it out here? As Petrov punctures, the championship leader has picked up a puncture and is now in danger. Luckily, it is at the final corner, so it isn't going to lose too much time. But that is still most likely going to be a podium. Gone. In the blink of an eye here. As Schumacher does the insane thing and stays out as well, while in puncture territory. Dub comes in here, gets himself a fresh set of hards. Nimitsuki, we can't really see what's going on there. Soft tires. What about Petrov? Hard tires till the end is going to be the goal here. Schumacher has punctured. Living Duck has punctured. It's all coming to a blower right now. And for Schumacher, that is a terrible place. Same for Living Duck. That is a much worse place than our championship, current championship leader. And Tix right now follows them in, picks up a puncture himself. It has all gotten going here as we see a yellow flag. This certainly helps Petrov's chances quite a bit. Has even got distracted here and locks up. It's kicking off for everyone right now, to be fair. Tix makes it into pits here. Showmarket makes it into pits. I need to slow down to just breathe and catch up in the on the chat at the moment. But yeah, in just a couple laps there, everything changed. And Living Duck is still trying to make their way into the pits as they just teleport through a car there. Hard tires for Tix here. Showmarket also gets hard tires. They'll be trying to go till the end. Living Duck, hard tires here. It's going to try and go till the end. I love that the picture is so shit that it looks like they're moving in slow motion. But yeah, Tanto now with a huge advantage out front. All of their rivals have kind of shat the bed, is the best way I can describe it. And right now, they are going to need to put in some work here if they want to catch up front. Another yellow flag. This time we have... What's going on? Tanto actually pits. Moreno with another spin.
Let's have a look as we go into turn 4. And the control's lost. In the end, just a helpless passenger.
The Red Bull just teleported the Mercedes. It's basically a puncture needing to pit tie. It's a bit of a bug. My points are gone. That is true. How have I done so far? This is the first race indeed, AFN. Tanto here elects to pit on his own. Has learned... No, Tanto, soft tire. That is not what you needed right now. That is not the tire to be on. But currently, before we probably are going to get another round of pit stops, Kais in the lead, Monas in second, Singh in third. We have Razek with some fairly fresh hards here hunting down the lead. Cosby, Master, Tanto on fresh softs. Just 12 seconds off the lead here. Maybe not as bad of a position as I initially thought. We have Lando Mortis here. Also on somewhat fresh hards, could make a bit of a difference. Petrov, Dub, and of course Taz, who will need to pit very, very soon. I've been keeping off the form for a few hours ago. My picture just killed me. I love how the chat just erupted, and I need to kind of a break it to kind of catch up, really. But yeah, bit of a... Suddenly there, everyone picked up a puncture. I don't even know how many punctures there was. 5, 6? Something like that. And they all came within the span of a lap. It all really kicked off there with that one. Let's be honest. Come on, go faster, me. I think there's a lot of people in chat sharing that sentiment, Nimitsuki. Only 2 likes, guys. What are we doing? Yeah, please like this stream. As Tix is saying, I would appreciate it greatly. You better be glad you didn't decide to do the shot for every puncture challenge. But yeah, we will see what happens here. Kaiser now is moving into puncture range while in the lead. Not really a position you want to find yourself in. But we'll have to see. I don't think Rasik is surviving on these hards till the end. I do believe he needs to pit again. I do believe Tanto's going to need to pit again. So we are going to have another pit shuffle. And if Kaiser doesn't play it safe here, we could see both asses getting just kind of, you know, thrown out of the points from punctures. And it happened. Kaiser has picked up a puncture. The curse is real. I comment, and you shall. And you shall suffer. It has happened again here. And once again, Cosby is the main victim getting held up. Cosby now has a gaggle of cars that's going to try and hunt him down after Kaiser just went and gathered 5 cars there to give him a bit of a challenge. Look at these guys. They are not going to give him any sort of break. Cosby in danger. But yeah, that is Kaiser. Not in a good position, let's just say it like that. Monaz here is also going to need to pit fairly soon. We have another yellow flag. Bit of a lock up there, I believe, from Tix. No, WMD actually locked up. That is not good for him. Those hard tires getting shredded.
Right, so this was the 4th corner. The wheels just lock up there. But that's just the risk you take.
I think that is also how we got most of our damage, just skidding over the sausage curbs. I'm a bit surprised no one else has picked up damage, though. Alone slow was looking promising until you know what happened. Iwatsuki, Cosby, and Monaz are all currently living dangerously. Singh is going to join that group soon, as well as Mazda here. So I think we could see 2 more pit stops for most of the guys here, with the exception of the hard runners that have some tire left, really. But we could also see them go Insane Asylum and not pit and get punctures, which would be more fun. You better be glad you didn't decide to shop for every puncture challenge. Yeah, I think that would be dangerous, to be fair. Depends on the shot, though. What about Showmarker the GOAT? Well, Showmarker, the GOAT here, does still have chances. Again, a lot of cars are going to need to pit. A lot of cars are nearing that puncture valley, so to speak. But Cosby and Nimitsuki, at least their pit crews have decided that, no, we're not taking that risk. We're getting you in right now. Medium tire till the end for Cosby. What about Nimitsuki here? Medium tire till the end. This is going to be their final pit stops. Are they going to be able to just snatch some points here with that? A lot of cars ahead are going to need to pit, as Marino just gives Gojo the cold shoulder and says, nah, you shall not pass. Singh, currently the one closest to a puncture alongside Alone Slow. McLaren getting shafted yet again. Who would have thought? You did well in quali though, Ty. My driver is unleashing my internet. But yeah. My front left's kind of gone indeed. Hello, Mouser. How you doing? We meet again, Cosby. But yeah, danger is now getting closer. Tanto is also getting into dangerous waters as the leader. Razak not giving up that chase, basically. 22% now for 2 cars. 23% a little bit further down. In terms of time to leader, 45 seconds. But again, the guys at the back have done their final pit stop, so it's more like 15. And Monas here now does come into the pits. Master comes into the pits. Singh is now in danger. Soft tire till the end for the Sauber. Soft tire till the end for the RB. And they come out just outside the points there for Monaz. For Master, it's a little bit further down the road in 14th. But as mentioned, Alone Slow, Singh, a lot of cars that are going to need to pit. And right now, they are running dangerously close to a puncture. And there we go. Singh has already picked it up. And he does allow David here to go and hunt with relative ease. Alone Slow followed the exact same pattern here. 2 more shots for the collection. As Rasik now decides, no, I'm not throwing this away. I'm going into the pits. Even Marino has picked up a puncture. So yeah, the shuffling is happening at the moment. Soft tire till the end there for the Ferrari driver. Gonna come out here in 8th place. Beans and Singh are coming in. Singh had the puncture. Beans just wants fresher tires till the end here, which makes sense. But as I mentioned here, Tanto now is getting dangerously close. If you do not pit on this lap, lad, you're going to regret it. Regret could be happening very, very soon here. Very, very soon. We might see some regret happening. Going into the pits. Tanto plays it safe. The Williams crew has at least some semblance of sanity. Lando Mortis comes in. David comes in. Let's see if they have clean stops. Clean stop there from the Williams. What about the Haas? Clean-ish stop. David had also a clean stop and got out of here. Tanto now in 7th. Mortis in 9th. And David comes out in 13th here. 10th after getting a little bit of a squabble. And that is a spin. Getting bullied a little bit, but didn't lose too much of that soft tire. But that is not a good thing. Escocia suffers yet another pit stop issue. Cosby being the blessed one, the favored one among the pit crew. But Razek now is surely a favorite to win here. We take a look at the current gaps. Razek and Tanto are going to be the main 2 contenders for the win. Monas and Master could have a chance, but it's still going to be a bit of a scuffle here, honestly, as we still need the hard runners here to pit. They're not surviving the next 8 laps, and if they try, we are getting punctures, and the longer they wait here, the more they're going to suffer. Not been a fun day for the Alonso? No, unfortunately not. Pull Tanto in, I need new tires. Well, he did solve that. Throwing this away, pit. Can I pit now and still get points? Let's see, it ticks. If you pit now, you're going to come out basically 15th, 16th. Can still get points because everyone else also needs to pit alongside like 4 cars behind you. So you could still make it work, but it's going to be a rough one, no matter how you play this, basically. Rasik now has gotten a little bit of clean air. We'll have to see how well the Aston and the other Sauber actually holds up their, well, teammate, and Tanto. Rasik now does hold advantage for sure. Rasik can't make those tires last. Well, it's going to be close. Not going to lie, it's going to be close. We could still have the winner here decided by Puncture, which wouldn't be too surprising. Please pit now. Please let me pit. I'm screwed. Flew from pit me. But yeah, losing almost 2.3 seconds there. Yellow flag as Living Duck has had his incident. Petrov does another lap here. Tix does another lap here. Dub goes again. Showmarker goes again. They're going to try and survive till the end, like the lunatics they are. But yeah, Living Duck comes in after that lockup. Did pick up some damage as well. Also picked up a slow pit stop. Life does not get any better there for Honorary Duck. And Tix now, it's getting close to that puncture zone. This is getting dangerous at the moment. Needs to go into the pits this lap at the very least to just survive till the end, basically. Kind of cooking right now, hold on. I think you two are going to struggle with keeping your tires alive till the end, Cosby. I'm not going to lie. Tanto is favorite for the win. I would say so too. There's still 3 seconds so they need to gain on Razek. Now, takes us in the danger zone. Did stay out, which is kind of bad. There is not a world I survive. I'm sorry, everyone. The pit lane has been closed. We will not allow anyone else to pit. And there we go. The Aston's tires have said farewell, sayonara. Tix is going to fall out of the points there. It's going to hold up a lot of cars while doing so. Petrov, too, has got a puncture. But just like they did early in the race, final corner. So doesn't lose too much time here, but still should have pitted quite a number of laps earlier. Are they still going to be in contention for points there? Maybe. Maybe. Not going to be in contention for a podium, but potentially going to be in contention for points, as we see the cars coming there at the end. Because Showmarker has also picked up a puncture, but he did it at the start of the lap. And that is the Alpine. She has completely washed from this race. No chance of getting anything done. Tix also has a pit stop issue just to add insult to injury there. And right now, Dub is going to be the next potential victim here in the Puncture Championship, so to speak. And Dub does, in fact, get a point in the Puncture Championship. I do need to kind of keep... I should really keep track of this. I'm hoping the media correspondent can do it for me. But yeah, life is hard for the hard runners. All of their tires exploded. It is probably a bit of a curse to stay on the hard tire for too long. And Petrov right now does have fresh softs for these last few laps and can start chasing cars down. And particularly, a lot of these guys are getting close to the danger zone. Rasek is currently equal on tires with Tanto. Tanto has been burning them. Is everyone ahead of Petrov going to puncture? Is that what we are expecting here? 3 laps to go. Remember, if they push, they burn about 10% tire a lap. This is going to get very, very close here by all estimations, if you will. Fastest lap currently goes to Petrov. Is on the charge here. Wants to get a couple more points. Needs to get by Kaiser. Needs to get by Beans. And honestly, with the tire difference here, this is just unfair. This is just unfair. Just drives by Kaiser like it wasn't even there. The Beans should be taking it in the DRS zone, if not even before. And that tire advantage is showing at the moment. Nubitsuki trying to get Cosby here as well. 25%. 2 laps to go. 2 punctures most likely coming up here. I think my tires will be alright, actually. Maybe Cosby, we'll see. Just hold on. I'm cooking my tires. 10% of last is way. Yeah, you now have a disadvantage, so that is not going your way at all. Taz is falling downwards. Beans is still holding in the points here. Last lap here could be devastating for both Monas and Master here, as they need to survive 1.5 laps while running tires in the puncture territory here. Could still be some free points up for grabs. Final lap has begun. Rasek is in the lead. Tanto is second. Monas is third. Master is fourth. We have Haas here in fifth. David in sixth. Imitsuki in seventh. Cosby in eighth. Petrov in ninth. And then we have the Beans fighting 2 other vehicles for that final point. Puncture for Monas. That is unfortunate, but not unexpected. And honestly, we could see the same here for the Haas driver. And Master is currently just praying that they get to the end of this in one piece. The Haas driver has puncture. Sorry. Master is just currently living their best life, being extremely lucky. Got through this without puncturing. Rasek takes the win in the first one. Tanto comes second. Master, with tires that should explode at any given second, is going to cross the line in third. David secures fourth here. Cosby is going to get fifth ahead of the Nimitsuki and Haas. Petrov secures seventh. Taz secures eighth here. Kaiser gets ninth. And the Beans scores in their first run here. Unfortunately for the Haas driver here, that puncture did shuffle them outside of the points. Alpine 1-2 at the back of the grid here, but does secure fastest lap. Schumacher does not want to give that to anyone else. That is very, very unfortunate.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
This really is going to be an incredible disappointment.
I swear, if I get a function, Master hacks.
Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be
rally pretty decently? Yeah. You were pretty lucky though, Pedro, with the location of 2 of your punctures. Like, you had 2 punctures that race and you still got in the points somehow. I swear that is some witchcraft right there. Both Merc strategies viable. Well, Petro got shuffled down while you got shuffled up. I'd say one strategy was very viable, the other wasn't great. But yeah, you lost 1 position here, Nimitsuki, compared to Cosby. I probably also did your name the wrong way around. Apologies. But yeah, first race here has met its end, and it was a very interesting end, at least. If I was, as soon as I hit 20%, I got a puncture and must have made it to 30%. Love that AFN is just feeling the frustration that Flew felt earlier today right now. To be fair, driver championship then, Ferrari is looking very, very dominant. Williams had both cars in the points, same for Mercedes, same for Ferrari. And in constructors here, we see Ferrari having 37 points to 19 for Williams, 15 for RB, McLaren and Mercedes both on 10. Alpine and Sauber as well, basically Aston and Red Bull, have to score a number of points, but it is an 8th race long season, it is double points final race, anything can still happen. Are you beating Mercedes in the constructors at the moment, Cosby, or are you just equalized? Well, to be fair, you have a better finishing position, so you're technically ahead. But yeah, we're going to Australia in 32 days. Let's see if anything gets shaken up there. If no championship for Haas, at least we must beat Mercedes. That is at least a good I could hope to have a good starting point, I guess I could say. Yeah, I do need to fill up my water bottle because my voice is dying. I'm sorry, everyone, that I'm paying less attention to chat for this one, but there's so much going on at any given time that I might just need to turn it down to 1x and maybe turn down the game audio a little bit at some points. We shall have to see how things go here. It is nice to have dreams. Petro being present. Was that Guilherme Batista? Did I see that right? Baptista, okay. I love that the current champion, when being presented with the claims here from the Haas driver, they just goes, "It's nice to have dreams." Why didn't I go to Ferrari, like I said originally? Unfortunately, you were in cahoots with Floof. And because you were in cahoots with Floof, you got penalized. You wanted to be with Floof and Alpine. Alpine wanted to keep you. You've done this to yourself. But yeah. Doing a rally against Sarge. Hey, Sarge got you 2 points. Sarge did his job. But yeah. Here we are getting rain. Cold rain. Heavy rain. Who will survive this one? Oh no, I'm breaking this contract.
It's wonderful to be back.
Ah, hell no. Schumacher when he realized he signed for 5 years for Alpine. Oh, is cold rain just no? Yes, but in this case, cold is 20 degrees, so I don't know if that counts as cold rain. 20 degrees rain would be like sauna temperatures where I live. It would actually murder me. But yeah, let us see what we can do in quali. I think quali is dry here, so that should keep things to a little bit less unknown, I guess you could say. Track details, we are getting a completely dry quali session, which means we are just interested in mainly the final run here. The team trusts you to beat. Well, Cosby, I'm pretty sure that if I gave Ty the option, he too would jump ship. Because the amount of times the team has screwed him over is kind of legendary at this point. Let's be honest. Mona has 4.6 seconds off here. That is not good enough. Duck is 2.3 seconds. That's a little bit better, but he does block up, so those tires are dead and buried.
Well, you could see the lockup. By that point, it was
not the worst lockup I've ever seen, so let's see just how badly that affected tires. Down to 71%. That is problematic. Let's just put it like that. Gojo does a little bit better here. Singh does a little bit better. Again, these are the banker laps. They are not going to have a huge effect here because the track is going to keep on improving all the way until we get to the final run in about 10 minutes. I'm breaking this contract as soon as possible. Yeah, sorry, your breakout clause is too high, AFN. The team can't. No other team can afford to buy you. Your clause is just too much. Santo, Duck, Beans are doing very well in this qualifying. At least when it comes to banker lap. Dub is also doing well. Improvements here from Showmarket up to 15th. What about Nimitsuki here? Third. That's not bad. Petrov, what can you do here? Up into 9th. David up into 15th. But anyhow, up into 9th ahead of Petrov. Tix here. What are you doing? You are putting yourself in danger, my friend. Half a tenth here. Sorry, half a tenth. Half a second off the pace at the moment. Should still be able to go into pits and try again. So it's not as bad as one would think. Got so held up. That is the way things go. Master here too did get held up, I believe. What is the time going to look like? Not an improvement. Master in danger here, as Monas is improving, but not massively. Needs to get it done here in the final sector. Does put himself up into 12th. What can the Haas driver do? It's getting held up by everyone. Look at that. That is not an improvement, which is not that surprising. Just everyone being in the way. No improvement here from Schumacher either. Australia is blocking heaven. Unfortunately, only up into 18th here. What can Cosby do? Cosby is not doing that much better compared to Schumacher here. Cosby in danger now. David knocks Cosby out. What can Tix do? Tix versus Master for the for the final slot here in qualifying. Tix knocks out Master, unfortunately. And we have our first few victims here. Mortis, Schumacher, Singh, Cosby, and Sherilyn Master here. Alonso just barely surviving. Jojo. Probably using a little bit too much of their focus here. A little bit too early, to be fair. I'm not going to watch this anymore. Return in 10 minutes. Are you trying the dark magic of leaving and then coming back? To see if you do well ticks? Is that what we're seeing? Maybe this is good because we use less tires? It could be. We'll have to see though. It is a wet race, you are correct. It is a torrential rain wet race, as Tix is the first car out on track here. What can we expect from him? Are we going to see some hold up here on the banker lap, or I think they got away cleanly there by the looks of it. Takes it 3.3 seconds behind. That's a little bit too much. 2.2, 2.3 is what we were looking for. 2.7 here from Tanto. He's definitely been held up a little bit. 25.9, 25.6. Yeah, already a second behind some of the other cars here. Alonso puts it to provisional pole for Q2. Tanto held up a lot by looks of it. Same here for the Sauber driver. What can Living Duck do? Goes provisional pole. What about Dub? What about Taz? Can they improve and get themselves out of danger? As we see both Petrov and Kaiser also improving. Taz going 5th quickest. Dub 8th quickest. Petrov now goes 3rd quickest. Kaiser goes 6th quickest. Marino, what are you gonna do? Ascojo is in danger. Puts himself in danger. David knocks him out at the moment. But let's remember, everyone still needs to do one more lap here. One more opportunity. What can Rasik do? Getting held up into that corner by Gojo and the Sauber. Still gets it into 5th. Danger aplenty here for Monas, for Tanto, Gojo, Dub, Marino, and Tixie, who's actually on that fast lap. I don't know if you want to be on a fast lap this early. Is Rasik also going to shaft you? Now, Rasik was kind of got out of the way. This is a little bit risky, but you are improving massively. And you did put it up into 2nd place. So maybe a brilliant move here. That should see Tix through here. Thought it was a little bit risky, a little bit early, but for once, Aston Martin actually found the perfect timing to get one of their cars through. Have I modded the drive smoothness stats? Yes. In this case, we're running 1 smoothness and 1% tire preservation for the cars. Kaiser is improving, but traffic is going to be an issue for sure. Sauber is not letting him by, and that is a yellow second sector. Kaiser is now in danger. The other Aston Martin not getting the benefits of the first one. Kaiser, 2 green sectors, does not improve. What can Tense do here? Alpine gets out of the way, no questions asked. There's another Sauber up ahead, though. Is Tense going to suffer the same fate as Kaiser? Not really, gets out of the way there. Tanto is in danger. Really, really bad sector 1 here. 27-1, he's 1.5 seconds off already. Imitsuki, up into 9th. Tazza, what can you do here? Up into 9th, pushing Kaiser out. Imitsuki now in danger, as Monas and Gojo are improving. But is it going to be good enough? Rasek now up into 2nd. Monas puts Imitsuki out, unfortunately. Gojo, Taz is now in danger. Is Gojo going to be able to knock out the Mercedes driver? Service says yes. David now in danger, as we have 2 cars still improving. Moreno and Dub. So Petrov is also in danger by virtue of that. Could be a really, really bad one here for the reigning champion, although that Haas was definitely in the way. Dub goes up into 10th. What can the Alpine do here? Up into 11th. Petrov is safe at the moment. And unfortunately that means Tanto, who had a very good first race, is now out here. Kaiser, Nimitsuki, Pez, David, and Moreno out in Q2. Q1, it's going to get interesting because it is going to be heavy rain. Qualifying is important here. Let's see how Q3 goes. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I have a 100 take, damn. Guys have blocked me a bit, but I still get through. Let us see here how the banker laps go, and you can see already. It's used tires all the way, 70% worn tires. Please tell me that my 80 adaptability can put to good use. Yes, of course, your 80 adaptability is going to win you the race. I promise. Okay, is setting purple sectors. Petrov is setting purple sectors, but this is just a banker lap. Petrov into provisional first, Duck second, Mona third, Alonso is fourth. Gojo is improving, but still fifth after getting held up. And honestly, it looks like no one is going to be taking the top spot away here. At least in this first run. Rasek in 7th, Beans in 5th. What can Tix do? 7th and 9th there for Dub. So pretty wild spread here so far. Everyone is going to go into the pits. We're going to have one more go at it. Petrov elects to go first here. That's going to be risky. It's very likely that it will be held up. Same here for Gojo, honestly. As fast lap here has already begun for the Sauber. They've actually done a pretty good move here to get free reign on the track. There should be no blockages going for Monas here. They learned from Aston. They've learned from Aston with 2 purple sectors. Los purples. Is the third one going to be purple too? Of course it is. Half a second up on Petrov here, who's a 10th down. Currently on their fast lap attempt. Probably a little bit held up there too in the mid sector. We'll have to see. 18.9, yeah. 3/10 down at the moment. Still improving on their initial time. But pole positioning is going to be a very, very hard ask. Gojo is also down. Quite a couple of tenths there, even on Petrov. They too are going to have a bit of a tough one here. Does get a purple sector 3. That is not good enough though. Did lose too much in the 2 first sectors here. As Living Duck sets a purple sector 1. This could be a pole position charge coming this way. Gojo up into 4th. And even then, Duck is still going strong at the moment. With a good final time here, they could take pole position. And Survey says, by the power of the Ferrari toe, pole position goes the way of the Living Duck. Alonso held up in the middle sector there, lost 8 tenths compared to some of the cars around him. That is not a good. That is not a good start to this qualifying run. Comes across the line here in 5th, does not improve. What about Dub here? Improves to 3rd. Rasek with a purple middle sector. And Tix 2 with a purple middle sector means that this is still not over. You still see them move up the order here. Beans is a little bit yellow first sector, but not too far off. Could also cause some problems. Rasek ends up with 5th though. Tix gets it to the first row. And for Beans, it is the 7th place here. Jojo shuffled down to 8, Alonso 9th. Petrov starts in 5th, and the Salvers showing that they can do it in Australia here with 3rd and 4th. This is going to be a bit of an interesting race, I think. Can someone tell me the stats of the Salvers? That's going to get interesting. My old team of Salvers is doing better than my new team right as I leave. Classic. Oh, it is a classic. It is. Heavy rain. We're starting on the wet tires. It's going to be wet the entire time. Oh my god. When we did the qualifiers, wet tires got absolutely chewed through. This is going to be a full wet race. Adaptability is going to be key here because no one gets through this race on 2 wet tires. No one is going to get to the end here on 2 wet tires. There is going to need to be use of an inter. Adaptability might actually decide who wins this race for once. Which could be quite interesting. But yeah, let us see how we do here. We are ready to get started. Tix, you put it front row. Let us start the race here once I put myself in the pits so I don't mess things up too much. And it is going to be a full wet race here. And I'm looking forward to seeing how long the first set of wet tires survive here.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. Get ready for the Australian Grand
I see a
Prix.
Tix right there.
And it's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. We can't see anything. Decent start for the front row. Decent start for the Salbers. Petrov might do a lunge here on one of them, but it's going to be close. Inter start for a lot of you guys is an interesting choice, to be fair. Look at this. Everyone started on Inters. Which makes sense. It is going to be a small dip here, and you do need to manage your tires well. So this might actually save a lot of the wet runners here, but that guarantees that we're getting extra pit stops. Didn't even catch that initially. But yeah, adaptability runners right now are again get a small advantage because it is wet, not into conditions. And that is going to be good for those of you who have invested into your adaptability stats here. Jojo is trying to get the Williams of Beans here. Just lacking a little bit of acceleration to get it done. There are literally no wet runners. You are correct, which is going to spice things up here. Duck now with 2 poles and not finishing in the points. Well, to be fair, we don't know if Duck's going to finish in the points for this one. But Duck could end up with, you know, worse stats than Lando Norris by the end of this worst case scenario. Now, because it is wet, we're going to speed up this race a little bit. There isn't going to be much going on now anyways. It's just going to be a procession. But in 2 laps here, we've used 10% of the inters. So, as you can imagine, punctures are going to be likely here. And particularly now that it is getting drier and the inters are going to come alive. And not only that, but your drivers might decide to put more temperature into them. And I think we're already seeing that further down the grid here. But that is mainly just due to the number of cars running ahead. That dirty air actually having a bit of an effect here. As Duck now gets fastest lap running out front in clean air, allowing him to save a little bit more of his tires. I like acceleration as Williams as a Renault engine. Well, in this case, it could be a reactions tie. But yeah, it did look like you just didn't get on the accelerator properly there. Could be, you know, rear spin. Could be a lot of things. It is just, again, the way the game crumbles, usually in a painful manner. But yeah, I'm just gonna mute for a second. I need to go and get some water. My voice is already dying. I've been using it a little bit too much today. But yeah, seems like we're holding strong for most cars here. Imitsuki up into 12th. Faster lap goes away of Razak. Cars aren't being as destroyed as I would expect here, with both Monas and Tix taking very, very good care of theirs. But in 4 minutes we are getting rain. And that is going to spice things up a little bit, because that will be the first pit lane shuffle. But Living Duck doing very, very well on the wet here. Same can be said for Tix. The Saubers are kind of hounding each other, and let's face it, Dubé is burning his tires probably a little bit needlessly behind his teammate here. All in all, not too much going on, which is just the nature of wet races. So we might need to tone them down a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. I would still like to have some variation. Oh, Tez is jumping in the pits early, alongside with Lando here. Wet tires. This is a little bit too early to go on wet tires, if you ask me. You are going to shred them. And we are just going to pay attention here on this lap, just how much of the wet tire they're going to lose. Doesn't seem to be actually that bad. Maybe 5%, 6-7%. It's still terrible, but it could be much worse. As Tix now comes in early this time. Rasik is in. Who is going to be the unlucky ones in this? Petrov having a pit stop issue is not what Mercedes needs right now. Still comes out in a good spot here. Tanto has a pit stop issue and gets shuffled down to dead last as a result. Moreno, Kaiser, David, Schumacher now. A lot of cars are getting shuffled, and about 5% use in that first lap in the wets. I have been held in the pits again. Well, you are net 6th at the moment, I think. Well, probably more like 10th. Duck ran wide, and he's doing another lap here as Bonus comes in. Alonso, Nimitsuki comes in. Master comes in. Are they going to have clean stops here? Not for the Sauber. What about Alonso? Clean stop right there. Nimitsuki is currently breaking my game. What was that? I apologize for the epilepsy there, yeah. Track conditions finally changed to wet, and Nimitsuki did lose out in the pits there due to their driver having some brainwashing done to them. I don't know. That was weird. Living Duck here does need to pit. Is still somewhat okay, to be fair. Dub is going to get shuffled way down the order once they do come in, which should be now. But all in all, after the first pit stops here, clean stop from the Duck, but did get held up a little bit there by Dub. Where is Duck going to come out? Is still going to retain the lead, but is Tix going to be able to launch it? No. Duck retains the lead here. Dub in 4th. We have Tix 2nd. We have Razak 3rd. Beans is 5th. Alonso 6th. Tez and Petrov 7th and 8th. The Mercedes. Jojo in 9th. And then we have Monas in 10th with Mourinho rounding out 11th. It is just going to keep getting wetter here. We can already see the gaps being formed here. Tix actually gets the overtake done. Damn. Guess that is tire heat advantage to get that move sorted like that. Comes to intervals here. Dub is 5 seconds off Razak. But for the most part, other than that, everyone is still fairly close. I'm just going to copy someone's build next season. Might do worse than we know there's an issue. I think it's just a case of really, really bad luck time. It's what happens with the when you collude with the floof, so to speak. The floof does have that power, as it turns out. But yeah, so far Australia has been a pretty chill affair. In terms of the weather, it is still going to just be very, very wet here. And I think because it is as wet as it is, the tires aren't being just absolutely shredded here. Now, out of curiosity, let's take a look at the tire history here. Yeah, the tires are definitely being managed here. You can already see it here, 85 degrees, 80 degrees. These should be able to go up to 105 maybe? Nah, 95 should be the max. Yeah, 95 seems to be the maximum here. So some cars are getting over it slightly and then backing off. And that does make sense. But we are now going back to damp territory, and the tires are going to heat up. They're going to heat up and they're going to start being absolutely shredded in this tiny little valley. So we'll have to see who is able to take the best care of them. Currently, the one thing the worst care of them is the Haas driver here of Lando Mortis. We are getting even closer to dry conditions here. We can see the tires just going. It's gonna start raining again in a minute, but before then, Tesla in particular is dropping very, very quickly in the durability. Same for Tix. Rasek currently being the big winner here in terms of wet tire durability as we finally get back to proper wet conditions. I say that as she pushes. Yeah, basically. They started destroying their tires the second you started comparing them. Can I actually overtake? Apparently not. You're having a hard time doing so with Lando Mortis here, about to get a puncture. Could actually get a puncture this lap if they're unlucky, which means that Cosby would be held up again by a puncture ahead, which would be funny because that would be the third time. Probably more. Maybe even the fourth time this season in just 2 races time. And there we go, the puncture is a fact, and held up is happening. They do pass on each side, and while Cosby gets the overtake done, David just jumps into the pits here alongside Taz. I assume these are going to be fresh wet tires coming on, and I don't know why one of you have the epilepsy thing, but I think we need to just not look at the pit stops. Maybe change the camera for the pit stops would be a good idea. But yeah, Tess here. Are you going to be able to undercut people? Pit stops are 19 seconds. And another couple of seconds to ban pit stops, 21. You need to make up 15 seconds here. But yeah, 21 seconds would put you up into, well, the place you were before you pitted, which makes sense. Bassick now comes in. Gets fresh wet tires on that car. Master comes in. Mitsuki and Haas comes in. Rasek had a clean one. What about the Haas here? Clean one. Master. Cut off. I would assume that is clean one then. Yeah, Rasek is now in traffic. And not just light traffic either. There is 5 cars led by Petrov here. That needs to be cleared quickly. Get away from me, Cosby. I'm a puncture magnet. Yeah. That is very unfortunate that. We have Master here having had an incident. Safety car now. That changes things for everyone who has currently pitted already.
Now there's been an incident with the RB driver. Let's watch these cars as they head into turn 10. But oh, they can't avoid making contact. But no matter the severity of the crash, it's always good to see the driver emerge unharmed.
The Shaolin Master here could not master the track here. And it's a slow stop there for Mourinho. For Kaiser, decent enough for the Red Bull driver. Gets away cleanly. Schumacher. That is a clean stop because they do last about 4 seconds. Crosby is getting out into the free air. And in terms of not pitting the top 8, they were already by the pit line when the incident happened. So they will be pitting on this lap, I do believe. But we shall see. Currently, Rasek is in a decent enough position, but he's not going to beat a lot of the cars ahead because pitting under a safety car, well, safety car conditions, saves you an additional 4 seconds. So 15 seconds up. Rasek is still going to be potentially on the podium here, but we'll have to see. Can Tix, can Living Duck, can everyone here have clean stops, or is the game going to give them the middle finger? Clean stop for the Aston. What about the Red Bull? It's a slow one. Dub here, what are you going to do? You're going to have a clean one? Clean enough. The Beans, clean. Alonso, clean. Clean, it looks like from Gojo. And Petrov too gets away there. Pit stop issue here for the Sauber. That shuffles them down a little bit here. And Rasek does come out in 4th here.
Down in the pits. Oh,
Behind 3 other vehicles. Mourinho goes into 9th here. And yeah, Munoz, because of the pit stop issue, does lose out a couple of places. As it turns out. Master had to pay for using tire hacks. It means the podium can happen. Yep. A lot of cars now are in this fight. We basically just had a full reset. Why is Cosby behind me again? Don't worry, Cosby would not, you know, go full send, would he? But yeah, it is a full safety car here. You are correct on that. Try so hard, get so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. No, for this one, a tie. You try so hard and get so far, but in the end, your tires explode. So it didn't even matter. I'm sorry, I had to. But yeah, Tix, Living Duck, Dub, Rasek, Beans, Alonso, Gojo, Petrov, Mourinho, and Singh here are in the points as we get ready to, well, do the restart here. Let us see if the lead can be maintained. My build is literally good. I just don't even get to use it. But yeah, clean restart there from Takes, from Duck, from everyone. Looks like we didn't really have any problems here. But with everyone now shuffled together, not only is the tire wear going to be catastrophic, but chances are we are going to have another incident. Although Tixie has actually broken free from Duck quite convincingly, I might add. As he immediately starts getting reeled in again. But this is going to get interesting. Who is going to be the one to lock up here and take out half the grid? Who is going to be the assassin of Season 3? Whatever Parkin builds historically makes a good build. I love that. I love that. But yeah, a little bit too wet in Australia really to get any good racing going, unfortunately. It is going to be an interesting end to it, though, because this could be, you know, an interchange here. So let us speed things up until we get there. Of course, incidents could still happen. Alonso is eating his tires. Most cars are eating their tires. Hicks is just relaxing up front, taking care of his. Beans here has actually done the smart move and created a small gap ahead so that they too can take care of their tires. But yeah, further back you go, the worse the tires get, as Cosby runs wide.
What happened there? Look at the McLaren driver here. Just a bit too wide at that point.
That should be nothing though, so you should still be fine, Cosby. Who inherited Floof's skill? Now, you're asking the important question here. We don't know yet, but Ty's a good candidate, I think. But we shall have to wait and see. Might not even lost time for that. Yeah, clearly I should give you a 5-second penalty for going off track. It is still raining. It's still going to be raining for the next 6-7 laps here, but tires are getting shredded a little bit. Ese, Nimitsuki, Tanto, Mortis, David, all of them are destroying their tires. And that is going to make things a little bit interesting here. Hicks currently is running quicker than everyone else, purely due to managing their tires, and Beans could probably do the same thing, but they're just stuck in traffic. Petro has good tire wear, who would have thought? Well, he's 4% different from you, Ty. I don't think that counts as good tire. Well, she has 4% difference. Panto eating tires, what else is new? Yeah, I know. In 2 minutes, it is going to start drying up there a little bit. Beans is managing tires. Hicks is managing tires. And honestly, it just boils down to your driver's choices. Like, if we take a look here at the lap history, and if we take Beans, for instance, and we take a look at the temperature here, it's being kept relatively cold. 73 degrees is the highest he's gone in, well, probably since he pitted. Now, if we take a look at Tanto, the tire eater, where is he? Am I blind? There you are, right next to him. Running significantly harder, and even look at this, even going over the limit. So, not too surprising that there is a pretty insane difference in the tire wear. It's just, again, temperature into the tires. And again, it's just your drivers being madmen and women. Must be the water, indeed. The water is keeping them cold. Hicks in a pretty dominant position here, though. Has a 10-second lead over third. Basically, that kind of guarantees the podium here. 10 laps to go, though. And we'll have to see. Who is going to go onto an inter-tire? Is there anyone going to go on an inter-tire? Oh, Razak pulls the trigger. First one, and has a slow stop. That is not good for the Ferrari crew.
Oh, no. That's a slow pit stop there.
That is not the stop they needed. Let's just put it like that. That is a terrible, terrible stop. Tanto will after puncture. Well, currently Tanto is not the worst one here. Tez is actually the worst one. Numisuki is the worst one in terms of tire wear. Race control. Track condition has changed to damp. And this is when those tires are going to start getting even worse in terms of keeping them alive. I'm also very curious to see what kind of times Arasa going to do now. Is there going to be any sort of undercut potential? Beans takes the gamble. Petrov takes the gamble. Singe takes the gamble. Everyone now is gambling with their lives and with their cars. Beans gets a clean one. I need to change the camera so we don't get epilepsy warnings. Mourinho with a clean one. What about Petrov? That's a slow one, a really slow one, and it's a double stack too. I don't even know how this is going to go. I see a Haas there. Singh did win in the pit stops. Let's just put it like that. He comes out behind Beans, Rasek. Then we have Mourinho, Nimitsuki, Petrov, Tanto, Cosby, David. Just a lot of cars there. Too many for me to keep track of with my feeble brain. And this is when the fun begins. This is when they can start reeling in those top 6 cars. And if they don't pit, because they have tire left to use, this could go really, really badly for them. Call it off. Call it off. Why am I saying out? Insanity. Tick stays out again. That's the only lunatic out there. Dub is now in the pits here. That is a clean stop. What about Alonso? Clean-ish. Living Duck comes out here in net first at the moment. Dub in third. Beans currently is running second. Well, to be fair, Tix can kind of pit and get out ahead of everyone. Showmarker now in 12th. And things are getting shuffled again. Gojo is still looking good, though, in 5th. Not the worst thing in the world as we go back to interval here. But Tix should be able to pit and get out ahead of everyone. So I don't think it's much of a concern for the Aston driver as they finally do get into the pit lane. I think that kind of seals the deal here. Clean stop too. That, I think, kind of sells it in Aston Martin's favor here. Tix leads. Living Duck second. We have Beans in third. Dub in fourth. Gojo in fifth. Alonso in sixth. Singe in seventh. Rasek in eighth. Mourinho in ninth. And Numitsuki is currently looking to steal a point from Petrov, who is not accepting that outcome. Going full send there. And if there is aggressive battling like this, we could definitely see another safety car. Petrov thinks better of it though and backs off as fastest lap now goes to a Living Duck. Can they catch the Aston Martin by the end of this? Five laps to go. How about you made a single legitimate overtake? You did overtake the car that had a puncture, Cosby. Let's be honest. You are trying also to get show marker here, so we'll have to see how that goes. Just weaving on the straight. Penalty. Yellow flag. Safety car. Petrov has had a devastating crash here.
It looks to be the Mercedes. Now let's take a look here at turn 10. And unable to do anything about that crash. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
Current champion is out and about in Australia. And with this safety car, advantages get neutralized. The question now is there anyone going to be insane enough to go into the pit lane? It is just 4 laps remaining. Well, 5 laps remaining. So we could see this now end under the safety car. With giving that corner advice again. I love that Floof is just catching strays even when he's sleeping. But yeah, that is... he did just leave for pizza and immediately his driver started doing well. So yeah, there is something to this curse. 3 laps to go. 1 lap to go now, I believe. Well, 2 laps. We're not going to get any laps of racing here unless safety car comes in now. We're getting 1 lap of racing. 1 final lap of racing here. Tex is still in the lead. Let us see here if Living Duck can take the lead off of him. And we do also have other drivers in the mix, however. Safety car restart. Is anyone going to bin it? Is Rasta going to be able to hold on with 69% tires versus 82 behind? Clean restart here from Tix, but that Red Bull is not giving up without a fight. Beans is kind of in danger here from Dub. I think we are holding station for the most part. Mourinho here, trying to get Razek. I don't think it's going to happen. Living Duck. Going to have the last chance, basically, for overtaking right now. Are you going to do a full send? Oh, thinks better of it. Not too surprising right there. Razek is able to hold on, and honestly, I think this is going to end the way the safety car left it. Might as well have just done 1 more lap. Tix wins. Living Duck comes second. Beans gets a podium here in third. Dub 4th, we have Gocho in 5th, Alonso in 6th, Singe in 7th, Rasek 8th, Mourinho 9th, and Nimitsuko 10th. No points here from last year's champion Mercedes.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not good.
I need to gain 7 positions. Try making the monster logo to little slots. Hello, Bravo. Yeah, it's very wet. You are true. Petro crashed the same way as Master did. That makes Master a champion. Coincidence? I think not. I was just listening. You did win, Tix. Congratulations. My driver needs to learn how to overtake. But yeah, the pit stops here are punishing. That's just the way that this season has been designed. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of damage these two have picked up. Drivers, champion then. Rasek retains the lead, scoring 4 points here because Tix scored none because of punctures last time around. Living Duck moves up into third. Tanto gets dropped down to fourth. Beans is up into fifth now, scoring an additional 15 points. Shaolin and David Patch lose some places here. Dub MD is up to 8. Tosby down to 9th. And, well, the two McLaren drivers are now holding hands in 10th place with equal amount of points and equal amount of positions, I do believe. Ferrari still retains the lead here. Williams, well, increase the gap to the ones at the bottom while gaining on Ferrari. Aston Martin up into third. Red Bull into fourth here. And last year's champions are down into 8th. That is not what we'd like to see. Alpine even scores some points. Mourinho here, giving Floof a little bit of praise, or rather happiness. But yeah, as you can see, the average, the fastest pit stop here is 3.8 seconds. So, pain is going to happen. I do also love with the amount of screwing over that they've done to Gojo. McLaren is currently the best pit crew available. If I don't know, I can't jinx myself. That is true. Next up, we have Great Britain. We have Silverstone. And it's 40 days, which means the AI is going to do some shenanigans with development. The Williams Renault era is coming. It would be a good thing, honestly, if Renault did well here. It would also drive the people who passed up Renault this summer around probably a little bit mad. Okay, ATR period ending soon. That doesn't matter. We don't design anything, so no problem. Now that Floof didn't choose Renault, we're good. That is indeed how it works. It is a rule of law. How can you have tension if you don't do anything together? But yeah, Edster, you and Maxi Floof are no longer buddies. You are disagreeing on something, is the vibes I'm getting here. Okay. Question now is, how has the AI screwed you guys in development? That's going to be the big one. Before the race, can we see the grid positions? What do you mean, in terms of the vehicles? I love that Ed said just thing in chat. Composition of development. We can take a quick look. Okay, so currently we have Ferrari, Williams, and Aston Martin leading. We'll see how they have developed their vehicles. Starting with the Aston Martin here. 11th, 15th, 13th in terms of cornering. So, doing better than anticipated, I dare say. Williams, in that very same boat. They're last in top speed too, because, well, that's just how it is running a Renault engine. That's literally why they are dead last. But not good at cornering. How is McLaren? Oh my god, McLaren is not great at cornering, but they aren't too far behind. It's their high speed that's a little bit worrisome. They do now have very good tire preservation, but they do also need to shed a little bit more weight. The AI not doing a great job at getting that done. What about the Red Bull? They've shed a lot of weight, and they're looking actually really good for this one. The Alpine is in that very same boat, looking good for this one. Probably the best car on the grid at the moment. If Alpine and Schumacher are going to have a good performance, it should be here, basically. Haas, second best car most likely, looking at the cornering. Well, third best really. Who's actually the best cornering car? It is not RB. It is not Sauber. Sauber living up to expectations here. And what about Aston? Not them either. Who am I missing? Is it Mercedes? No, Mercedes is pretty bad. Oh, it's me. Of course, it is I. So yeah, the Alpine here currently is the best car. But yeah, this is basically just the AI not developing proficiently, which again causes some mayhem here, but should equal out after the summer break. So that is when most people will have probably their best performances.
Welcome.
Ferrari, you're avoiding a selected play. I took a look at Ferrari first, Caesar. We're getting heavy rain here too. That's unexpected. A little bit unfortunate, one might say. Pointless Silverstone. I mean, it is Britain. It does make sense. Ferrari was looking decent, Caesar, but yeah, we looked at them first. At the end of the... once we're done with all the races, I'll take a look at the development chart in the editor. And we can compare from there. But yeah, qualifying is upon us. The Alpine should do well here. Let's see if they can make Floof proud for once. Right, qualifying. What is this temperature? 57.8 degrees on the track here. What? The tires are gonna melt off the cars. 30.6 degrees air temperature, 57.8% 8 degrees track temperature. That is nutty. That's actually kind of scary. At least it is getting a little bit cooler right now, but not by a lot. I am waiting for the Alpine to make their move here. Petrov, second. Nimisuki, third. Schumacher. Just a tent up on them in the best vehicle at the moment. And we are seeing the bank collapse happening at the moment. I need 3 floofs on the top 3. Yeah, the grip is going to be insane. 134 degrees Fahrenheit for my fellow Americans. What can Dub do here? Up into 10th. A lot of improvements further down the grid. Living Doug, only 18th. Get held up. Sing in comparison up into 3rd. Master is in danger at the moment. And remember, the Red Bulls are very strong. The Alpines are very strong. And we are kind of seeing it at the moment here. I am at risk. Yeah, you are kind of at risk. That is correct. Final laps are beginning. Let us see here who can improve enough, really, to make a difference. As Tix gets held up there. Tix first one out, does get held up. David has to have held up too. Lost 3/10 compared to Tix. Is still improving, which is the important part. And survey says 11th. That is not good enough. David being held up here by a Mercedes. That is probably going to be out in Q1 here. 15 still does not improve. Gojo. What can you do here? You're a 10th up on Tix at the moment. Can you go beyond him? 5th. That is more than good enough. Alonso. Next up here. Dub is not improving. Alonso held up in the final sector by over a second by the looks of it. So that is very unfortunate. Razek. What can you and Duck do here? Duck goes provisional first. Razek, are you going to improve? In danger for the faster cars behind here. Kaiser, Taz, Master, all of them are having potentially to knock Razek out, and they do. They also knock Dub out. Lando Mortis now in danger, as the Ferrari has fallen from grace here a little bit. Both out in Q1. as things currently stand. Kaiser doing his final run here. There are cars in the way. Is going probably quick enough that he will get through, but we'll have to wait and see. What is going to happen here? Gets not out of Q1. That is disappointing for the Aston driver. So Alonso, David, Razak, Kaiser, and WMD out in Q1. I thought I forgot to send up both. I thought I got knocked out there for a second. Like, that actually gave me anxiety. What a tiny moment there while I was looking at chat. My lap getting impeded by 10 people. That is, again, just, yeah, the nature of this game. If we did this while the previous version, then everyone would be raging every quality. We should just simulate it at that point. Going to get your pizza. I hope it's good to tie. The Red Bulls and RBS are similar to IRL. It's held up, good lucky. Well, you got through, and that is really all that matters here. Let's see how the back laps go. 2 seconds there from Lando Mortis might actually be good enough already. Schumacher beats him by 2 thousandths. That is quite wild. Master up into third. Nimisuki now up. Cosby, Duck, Taz, both Red Bulls here, Tix, Gojo, all in danger. As the final laps should get going here. I probably should also change the correct viewing. But yeah. Mona says it's going to be the first one to cross the line. Has a clear track, which means they should improve, and they do. Purple middle sector. With us being part of this, that is impressive. Purple middle sector here from the Haas as well. Moves up into second place here. Basically improves by 6 tenths. And currently, the Haas driver here is up for basically a similar improvement. And they do. By even more. 8 tenths improved. What can Cosby do here? Not going as well as the top 2 at the moment. But still improving that time. Is Cosby gonna do this here? Petrov now in danger. Got held up in sector 1. Down by a second. Does not improve. Cosby also getting held up here. That is not what the McLaren driver needed. Middle sector there. Lost over a second. Beans does not improve. Gojo now. Living Duck. Both of them could cause some problems for the others here. Honestly, all the bottom 5 here, with the exception of Cosby, could cause some grief to the cars ahead. Living Duck goes only 7th fastest. Gojo, 8th fastest. 6 here, are you going to improve? 4th fastest. Schumacher is improving, but it's in danger at the moment, leaving Gojo exposed, to say the least. Schumacher up into 3rd, Gojo out. Tanto and Tez are both improving at the moment, but is it going to be enough? Red Bulls now, both of them in danger. One of them out. Is Tanto going to get the other one? What can Tanto do here? Final couple of corners, gets into 6th. Both Red Bulls are knocked out here. Unfortunate for them. Gojo, Beans, Petrov, and Cosby out in Q1 here in Silverstone. How to get the timetable? It's a mod called Extended UI for PC Shalom. We'll go now. We'll be in stream, but we'll not look listen. See you guys after an hour. Damn. Alpine WQ3, we've been sandbagging. Well, don't tell that to Flute. He's gonna actually murder you if you do. I like how there's one position between me and Petrov and 1.3 seconds. Yeah, you got absolutely shafted here. Just got held up by basically everyone. Sandbagging. Well, it is a wet race here too, so that makes things a little bit worse for those of you being unlucky here, like Cosby. Basically going to be a potential copy of the first race, worst case scenario. Want to start this out with a spin.
Whoa, and there it goes. Not a mistake they'll want to make again. While all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Followed by 3 people with 7 on track. Yeah, I know your pain. I know your pain here. As we'll take a look at the sectors. 3 purples here for the Alpine. Tanto takes 1 of them back, but still 1.5 seconds off the pace here. 6. Provisional pole. Schumacher up into 4. What can Tess do here? The last hope for the Mercedes. And also Master is trying to get something done here for the RBs. That is an insane middle sector. Tess up into 3rd, which means Master should go even further ahead. That is very, very close to P1. Let's see here what we can do for the final run as cars are coming out and are getting ready to start their final lap. Simulate quality, please. But we could do that some other time, but for this one we are going to do it manually as the Alpine is out. Clear track. Purple first sector here. Is the rookie going to put it on pole position here? Two purples. Lando Mortis is keeping up though. Nimitsuki is keeping up. That is not a good first sector there from the Sauber. 3 purple sectors, but 1 gets snatched by the Haas here. That could be terrible for the potential pole position, but 200s is all that's in it between the Alpine and the Haas. Nimitsuki has been held up in the middle sector, lost 1.5 seconds. That is a tragedy. Does not improve the time here. Oh, does not improve the time here, sorry. And with that, it's kind of disappointing. But to be fair, there was someone who had a more disappointing run here. But they at least had a better starting time. Tess now is getting going here. Schumacher is getting going. Tanto is getting going. And we'll have to see if they can knock the rookie out of pole position here. Master, purple middle sector here. It's behind, but could make something happen. Up into 3rd, ahead of Tix. Taz, up into 3rd, ahead of Master. What can Schumacher do here? Moves up to 3rd, and Tanto moves up to 5th place. The Haas driver here. Very, very strong qualifying session. Tix is still going, but got held up. Could not improve. And with that, qualifying here is completed. But yeah, the Alpines here, this is going to be their opportunity to get something done. They did qualify decently here, 1st and 3rd. Lando Mortis finds himself in 2nd on the Haas. Perez in 4th, Tanto in 5th, Master in 6th. We have Tix in 7th, Bonus in 8th, Nimitsuki in 9th, and then we will have Singh here promoted to 10th once the race begins. With no racing for Alpine this season, Alpine gets 1-3. We'll have to see if they finish that way in the race, though. It's starting on Inters by the looks of it, and then it's going to go dry towards the end. So I would expect a couple of Inter stints here for sure. And you know how the pit is. It's basically rolling a dice if you get through unmolested. That's poor wording. Unslowed? Unproblematized? It's a roll of the dice if you get through without the pit crew screwing you over. It's probably better wording. Unscathed, that's a better one, yes. Thank you, Petrov.
Hold on tight. It's the British Grand Prix. And it's lights out. And away
I
we
see 2 lunatics. I'll see with my eyes 2 lunatics. 1 in a McLaren and 1 in a Sauber. Cosby and Dub here have elected to start on a wet tyre. That's that's a bit of a yikes moment, I'm not gonna lie. As the Alpines here get a good start, they are going to try and get the 1-2 running here. And they kind of do. They're still finding the has for it. But in the end, Schumacher and Mourinho are now running 1-2. Mortis is in third, Sandro fourth, Hans fifth. And with that said, Tokyo has taken that last point scoring position away from his teammate, Gojo in 12th. They've already used 15% of their tires. Yeah, I don't know what the McLaren pit crew has been cooking. I don't know what the Sauber pit crew has been cooking. I don't think I want to partake in whatever it is they've come up with there. It's still 3 minutes until it starts raining. Like, it is gonna go wet. You're not wrong. Like, look at this. It's basically Mount Vesuvius. But still, it's 2 more minutes. You use 30% of your tire a minute. You're gonna puncture before it starts raining. I'm sorry, I need to watch this till the end. We need to honor the brave souls who sacrifice themselves for our entertainment. Was there something in that apple juice? Yeah, who spiked the apple juice, lads? That is insane that they elected to go for the wet tires from the get-go. And again, those wet tires are done for. And if you look at the graph here, wet into wet. You only get 2 wet tires. This is going to be a spicy meatball. It is now getting wetter on track, but they've already used these tires. They're already done for. There's no other way around it. It is absolutely shafted. At least Cosby is holding it on slow, and David here, they are getting even more shafted because they're getting held up by wet tires. We have cars now coming to the pits. They are going to probably go onto the wet tires, so yeah, it's wild. Alpine, first one to pit here. Living Duck, second one. Cosby and Dub comes in. Are they going to put on new wets here? Is that what's going to happen? Duck has gone to a wet tire. Cosby has gone to a new wet tire. Dub MD has gone to a new wet tire by the looks of it. Are you saving inter tires, lads? Did they give you the wrong allocation? 2 inters and 5 wets, perhaps? Because that makes no sense whatsoever. We fucked over and suggested they start on the wets. You're not wrong. That kind of feels like what happened. Pit stops are happening now, everyone, so it makes sense there from the Alpine. Yellow flag. Someone ran wide. David ran wide. What can the Haas team do here? That is a slow... No, not really. Not a slow stop. Good one. Second Haas here. Good stop for them too. Can't really complain. It seemed like there was a lot of pit stop issues there. And mostly they got through unsinged or unscathed. The Alpines here back to 1-2. Haas running third. Master fourth. Mones in fifth. Nimitsuki in sixth. Gojo seventh. Then the 2 Red Bulls. And then finally we have Taz lining up the final point scoring position. I am looking forward to the pit stop, you know, mayhem that is going to commence it, because there should be an inter period, then we have a wet period, then an inter period, and then a dry period. And if anyone goes on a soft tire for these last 12 laps, they're not going to live. We've had a crash. Red Bull on Red Bull violence by the looks of it. Red Bull sabotaged their own there. There was also a different car on off to the side there, I think. But yeah, that is a hole in the rear wing, if I'm not mistaken. Gojo!
Look at the McLaren driver here.
The Red Bulls crashed behind, and Gojo is like, that is a good time.
And you can't afford to do something like that when dealing with these sort of conditions.
Oh my god, that is unfortunate.
It's not going the way that
Well, as you can see, that is why you were last time. I'm sorry. I swear if you guys bottled this out. But yeah, Ty has returned with his pizza indeed. I hope his pizza is better than this race is, to be fair. But yeah, the Red Bulls crashed into each other. Clearly you got distracted and spun, and that is a bit unfortunate. Now, in terms of damage, that is rear wing damage for the Red Bull here. The other one has more rear wing damage. How did both of you pick up rear wing damage? This is a mystery that needs to be solved. Both of them have picked up rear wing damage. Do you have front wing damage? No. You have. So you crashed into the back of him. But how did you lose to half your rear wing doing that? What sorcery is this? Rebels have DRS disqualify them. Honestly, with rear wing damage, they're about to disqualify themselves because they are just not going to be competitive. Game physics. I guess. Currently, though, the Alpine Mourinho is using a little bit too much tire, and that could give some of the cars a little bit further back a chance to snatch that second place from him. I was surprised that if we look at Duck here, if we look at the front wing, if we get a good opportunity, I guess that counts as minor damage, but still, that seems like a lot. Maybe I'm just being, you know, a little bit old and grumpy. Can Tesla get to move on? A damaged Red Bull. Not in this corner. Not here. Not now. Maybe in future. Finally gets that move done, which honestly was coming a long way away. Same if it takes really. Red Bulls here are going to be creating gaps for others to exploit. And particularly for Singer, he's going to need to pit very, very soon. Those wet tires are about to explode. And he's going to need to go into a new set of wet tires. This is going to spice things up a little bit because it's going to make things a lot really weird. Petrol with a massive, well, a big mechanical fault, not a massive one.
Definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
But a major one. The first fault after the crash in Australia. We'll take a look at that. What exactly is going on here with Petrov's vehicle? It's been a terrible start to the season, and that ERS is telling the entire story. They've already replaced the engine. They've already replaced the gearbox. The ERS now has not had a good time. Let's just put it like that. Here, I put a newcomer in my place and see if they perform it in my Ferrari car. I think you're fine, David, honestly. So what if please? What if Singh pits for Inters? It's still gonna be... It's gonna be Inters now, so it would be a good time, yes. It's gonna start drying up a little bit. I guess the Captain Sec is opening. I'm winning this. You still have your pit crew that could sabotage you, AFN. I wouldn't be too happy. The Floof curse can hit us at any time here, and when it does, you never expect it. But it is drying up right now. Inters are going to be the fastest tire in probably a lap's time. Question is just who's going to be the first one to pit. I would have put Singh as a high probability here. The Red Bulls are just bullying everyone further down the grid because they just can't get by them. And we have another yellow flag. What happened this time? In the sector 3. It is tie again.
Nothing at this point.
But it's Benalla.
That's the moment they lose it. And it's obviously proving hard going out there.
I'm not performing well. Don't worry about it, David, to be fair. You can't perform at your best every race. But yeah, Singer now is getting into puncture territory. Are those tires going to explode, or is it going to be fine? I'll have to wait and see. But the top 8 here are being granted a huge favor by the Red Bull boys. Staying out, that is Cosby probably going to eat another puncture to the face. We need to watch this. Just for the Cosby puncture compilation in the future. Thing 100 defense with wet race DRS, yes. I don't know how you're doing it with a hole in your rear wing. I don't know how those tires are still alive. No, but Singh is, and you are behind him. Which means he's going to hold you up. That's what I'm getting at here. And honestly, both rebels might do it now. 9%, single digits, still alive. 8%. 7%. 6%. Finally goes into the pits, but the other rebel stays out. That's insane. Dude survived with 7% tires. I think that's a record. Okay, Tixia, you can have a clean stop. Not really. Slow one. Tanto. Slow one. Sing. It's still going to be a problem for you guys because I think all three of you had terrible stops there. Doc picks up a puncture. Hey, Cosmic got by cleanly this time around, but look at this. 17%, 16%. We are going to have a lot of punctures here. Kaiser, next up on the chopping block. Who else is going to get a puncture here? Alonso, Cosby, both of them are going to have a puncture at this rate. There's no way around it. We have another yellow flag here. Safety car this time around. Who has... Duck has retired, as it turns out. Alpine now comes into the pits. Alonso and Cosby. New records for going low on the tires here without a puncture. Are you actually going to get to the end here? I'm sorry that I'm not paying attention to the pits, but there's so much going on. Lando Mortis here. Clean stop. The Alpine has a clean stop. Nimitsuki is getting held up a little bit by a teammate, but honestly, it's better to... by their teammate, sorry. It's a little better, though, to just get that sorted here. Monas had a pit stop issue, but even so, it is getting very interesting here for sure. We still have two cars staying out, but they haven't been collected by the safety car, so they're good. Taz in 7th at the moment. Rasek 8. Alonso is still in the pits here, but should be coming out here in 9th place. That's Dub now. Takes 10th. Cosby 11th. And the question is, how are these guys going to fare once they finally do pit? Because that was kind of insane. If that safety car hadn't popped up, we would have had so many punctures. Pit me right now. Oh, I survived with 4% tires, new record. Okay, but yeah, Showmarker here. Master could still screw themselves over a little bit if they don't get into pits in time. I would assume both of them are going to pit. Yes, there we go. Showmarker comes in. What about Master? 11% here. Goes into the pits. Where are they going to come out? Is going to be the big question here, as the other Alpine is coming through the lanes here right now. Alpine clean stop. What about the RB? Can you produce a clean stop here when it matters? You can. You are still going to come out behind the Alpine. You are still going to come out behind the Haas. But that is 4th place for the RB. 1-2 for the Alpine boys. Lando Mortis in 3rd. Teammate in 6th. Master 4th. Monas 5th. Tess in 7th here. Rasek 8th. Alonso 9th. Dub in 10th. And for Petrov, it's not going to be good time with the damage here. But honestly, we could see Sing 2 here. DNF at this rate. In terms of the weather, it is still going to be inters for a little while longer. So let us see how things shape up after the safety car. How is Red Bull back in the points? Well, magic, I guess. All of RB's hard work undone by the safety car. Indeed, indeed. Have I maxed the weather center? I have not. I keep on forgetting to do that. So I'll try and remember to do it for tomorrow. So we'll have a little bit of a better view of the weather. But in just 3 minutes, it's going to start pouring down again. So it is getting a little bit spicy. Could be seeing some weather here take its toll on people. Safety car is ending. Are the Alpines going to take each other out? That would be peak floof curse here. Restart has happened, and it seems like it went well. No one has crashed just yet. And Petrov here is struggling with that broken ERS. 1-2 here from the Alpine. Mortis in 3rd, Master in 4th. We have Monas in 5th, Nimitsuki in 6th, Hans in 7th, Rasek 8th, Alonso in 9th, and Dub in 10th. The question now is just going to be, is anyone going to go into the pits and pick up a wet tire, or are they going to stay out here as Schumacher secures fastest lap? It is getting wetter out here. 3 millimeters now. 325. So in 2-3 laps time, probably 1 lap's time, it is going to be wet territory. As we have a yellow flag, and you can't make this up.
All good at this point. And the rear just lets go. Well, the track's
after this one, there'll be 5 races left, David.
Harder out there for our drivers.
Gojo is not a fan of the wet weather, clearly. The game is giving you the higher honor it can grant you. Schumacher luck. And that is a extra pit stop added to the docket. 31% won inters now for Gojo. After that, the spin to win. Track is now wet. Who is going to jump into the pits? No one so far. I assume Gojo will. That only makes sense. But we'll have to see if they can catch up to back here. That's going to be a bigger challenge. Please stop spinning. Well, Cosby, you aren't really helping the constructors out either right now. You're still stuck behind the Red Bull. So both of you are kind of suffering at the moment. Should I put more points in control and adaptability? Mayhaps. But yeah, so far, Singh is actually doing a really, really good job with that damage to the rear wing. Just holding everyone up. It's actually kind of insane. Meanwhile, my control and adaptability being 80. Well, control adaptability isn't the main things you need to pass cars, though. And Singh is actually still pretty quick, even with the damage. Gojo actually went for an inter tire. I didn't realize this first time around, but he went for another inter, which I guess makes sense because now it is drying up again. And we are going to go for a dry end to this race. And because of the fact that we had safety cars, we could be seeing 2 stints towards the end of this, as Cosby finally gets by that Red Bull, causing so much pain and suffering. The question is just now, as it dries up, is anyone going to destroy their tires early? And if so, are they going to screw themselves over in the pit stops? Cosby now getting some breathing space there in 11th. The Alpines here are doing a good job holding out in front, honestly. Not any huge gaps there, still anyone's race. Master wants to get a move on the Haas. Nimitsuki gets a move on the Sauber. And what about Razak? Are you going to get the Mercedes here too? Aggression is happening now as we're getting close to the pit stops. Wish Fluffo said to it, but this is what dream achieved by Singh. Damn. Finally, an overtake. Wait a minute, that's not supposed to happen. Just please box as soon as it's into slick crossover period. Well, we'll have to wait and see on that. It's still 2 millimeters. Some cars are getting close to the range where it would be dangerous. Yellow flag. That is an Alpine off the track here. Mourinho with a spin.
Look, this is what happened. Nothing wrong so far. Whoa, and around they spin. And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under.
Mourinho decided to try what Ty was doing. See if it was a good time. But that is honestly surprising amount of tire left over after that spin. That's not ideal for the constructors. No, it is not. But it is ideal for your pit stop because that means you can't double stack anymore. Which, you know, doesn't really help, but at least look at the positive side. 33% now for Master. Are we going to see a pit stop anytime soon? Doesn't look like it. Singh and Petrov are getting shuffled down now because everyone else is getting way more aggressive, which makes sense. The crossover is slowly approaching, like really slowly. Look at that. We're losing 20 millimeters a lap here. Schumacher now locks up.
Now this was at turn 3.
The Alpines are crumbling under the pressure, as it turns out.
Now they did leave it very late.
I still think you still retain first, but there's now no gap to the cars behind, and you need to survive a full lap in puncture territory. Schumacher might have just thrown it all away. That's the Alpine I remember. Damn. Let us pray here for AFN's race that his driver elects to pit with 1.14mm on track. I think, unfortunately, you are going to see another lap being committed to. And it does, in fact, happen. Another lap has been committed to here by Schumacher. Lando now takes the lead ahead of the Alpine. Question is just now, can you survive till the end of this lap? Schumacher gets a puncture. That is, unfortunately, Alpine out of the points here. Well, at least one Alpine out of the points, as he's holding up his teammate a little bit. Track conditioner is now dry. This is gonna really mess with a lot of cars. Holding up Dub there. Holding up Cosby. We are once again asking for a... asking Cosby for a comment here. How does it feel to be held up every single time? Tanto Puncture. Now we have to see if the cars that do not pit right now are going to pick up a puncture this lap. Okay, Master now in danger. The other Alpine now in danger. That's not what we like to see. As both the puncturees comes into the pits here. Master also now picked up a light fault at the moment. We have another puncture. David, the second hit 20%. Straight out. Ticks. Straight out. That is puncture territory again. The pain has begun, and it is without limit. Is Petrov going to score points there just because everyone gets punctures? Tanto, I don't think you're going to survive 18 laps on those mediums. On hards, it's doable, but on those mediums, you're not going to have a good time. Our leader here does come into the pits. Dub MD gets a puncture here. Luckily, it's not too far away from the pit lane. But Haas is going to double stack here. Lando does have a huge gap, though. Kaiser picks up a puncture. Both Astons in the mud here. Slow stop from the Alpine. They are double stacking. They're both parked there.
Oh dear, oh
Pain
dear,
continues. The Alpine survives somehow. Master in second. Monas in third. Tess somehow up into fourth. Ras up into fifth here. I don't know what's going on anymore. Haas is now 6th and 9th. After leading, coming into the pits. That is not what you like to see. Cosby, the big winner, up into 7. Alonso in 8. And Dub retains 10. But that was a weird showing. That was very, very unfortunate for the Haas crew. Just say I'm effing you, AFN. Calm down, Ty. It's just how the game rolls sometimes. How the Red Bull survived to 5%? I survived 16. I wish to puncture the game cause Gam should car. Honestly, it would be kind of funny though if it did that. I agree, Petrov. I'll survive after a well-timed red flag. That is very unfortunate for the Hasses. I'm not gonna lie. Someone survived 4% tired this race. I have the record for that. Again, it's just bad luck, and that was kind of the deal you all signed up for, as unfortunate as that is. But currently, the Alpine and RBs are squabbling. The Sauber, the Haas, Taz is squabbling here. We'll have to see if we get another flag here, which could happen. There's still technically water on the track. Lando, please win this, I beg of thee. Lando needs to clear the Sauber here and close down 3 seconds to get into the discussion for a win. Gets the overtake done with DRS. Faster lap here is just shuffling every single second. But yeah, this has been a bit of a wild one by all means of the imagination. But yeah, it is frustration coming out from everyone in chat here right now, I think. So take a moment, breathe. It is a game. We're supposed to have fun. And honestly, if we don't, just, again, take a break and you'll feel better. To be fair, though, I don't think we are getting a fight from someone else here for the top 2. Unless they, you know, take each other out. Tanto is definitely not surviving until the end on this. To be fair, I don't even know if the Hasses are going to survive. The hard runners are going to survive till the end of this. They've done like 3 laps, and they've already burned 20% of their tires. We could see Tanto here with the undercut of a century, where he goes onto a hard tire. And as I mentioned it, even if they lose 5% a lap here, it's going to be too much. It's going to be puncture territory. Tanto might have pulled the genius brink stroke here. Going for the mediums. Schumacher is not making till the end on these hards, let's be honest. They're already at 63%. We will have to see. Fastest lap now goes to the top 2, Mourinho. They are running away with this at the moment. The 3rd to 8 is squabbling too much, and they're just switching positions back and forth under DRS. That is the unfortunate reality for only opponents. I'm very curious to see what Tanto can do, and I'm also very curious to see how the tire wear is going to play out. Because if we take a look at Pospier, for instance, he's losing 7 to 6% tire a lap. That is not sustainable with 12 laps remaining. That is not even close to sustainable. That is puncture for everyone if they keep this up. So Tanto might actually be very, very clever here, going onto a medium tire, using it up, and then pitting. Question is just what is he going to pit onto? And Mitsuki now with faster lap, immediately taken by Tanto. I'm also very curious which one in the 3rd to 8th train is actually going to come out on top. I have an island not moving anywhere. Please see if top 2 can manage. Top 2 are kind of in the same situation as everyone else, but they have a 5-second gap, so they have a little bit more freedom. As I think I saw you guys go 4 wide into that corner. Look at the look at the madness happening right now. Cosby pits, first one to pull the trigger. Tanto pits as well. That is a medium tire for Cosby. For Tanto, I assume we're going to see a hard, unless they go Insane Asylum, giving him... He actually has an extra medium. Tanto had 2 mediums here. Lying in wait. He planned this. He saw it coming. But yeah, that is fresh mediums for Cosby, fresh mediums for Tanto. Pit stops around here are estimated to be 22 seconds. Add 2.5 seconds for, you know, the pit crew that we destroyed. And if Cosby can make up 5 seconds, he might be able to jump up to the to be kind of in with a chance of winning. Currently, though, he is looking to undercut Tessa for that final podium slot. Cosby going all in here, but he needs to clear Schumacher. He needs to clear Gojo. Cosby might actually be screwed over by his own teammate here. We'll have to wait and see, as Schumacher does come in now. Yes, faster lap in the pit lane. It's a slow stop for Alpine. It has not been their day. Cosby has made it past Gojo. And Gojo just does not want to let it go. He needs to let it go. He needs to allow Cosby to pull him along and have them chase down the top, if anything. Cosby now, 27 seconds off the leader. "26 seconds. And they all have stayed out here. And again, with puncture territory getting closer, that could be really bad for them. 31.3 on that lap. So gaining between 1 to 3 seconds every lap at the moment. One more lap like that, and Cosby is in the running for the win. The question is just going to be, what is the Alpine going to pit to? What is Master going to pit to? Or is every hard runner ahead of them going to be stubborn and try and survive the last 8 laps here? No, Master decides that he has had enough, goes into the pit lane. We see both the Haas and also Tess come in. Who's going to have the best stop here? Medium there. Clean stop. What about the Haas? Soft tire. Clean stop. What about the Mercedes? Soft tire as well. Did have a clean stop. David comes in. Singh comes in. Petro comes in now. Two soft tire runners here. That is a little bit of a gamble. But Master actually comes out ahead of Cosby. Master pits when he needed to and gets it done. Soft tire for all of these guys, I presume. For David, for Singh, for Petrov. And we'll have to see if they can take advantage of that soft tire to catch the cars ahead now. Our leader comes into the pit lane. Soft tires for the Alpine here till the end. Master should not be able to beat him out at this rate. But we did just about. With that, Cosby is now net third, as the two front runners have pitted ahead of him. Yeah, Tess is in a good spot here. Lando is in a good spot. Because the top six here are going to need to pit. And that is going to shuffle them down and most likely out of the points at this rate. Hicks needs to pit too. He just hasn't realized it yet. But yeah, I don't know how this can end. Alonso comes in. Is he the only one that's coming in? He is. The other keep on going. Dub comes in. Beans keeps on going as well. Clean stop there. Dub, what are you going to do? Dub gets a slow-ish pit stop. Not the worst we've seen, but also not the best. And Puncture Ali is moving up here for the Sauber, for the Ferrari, for Nimitsuki, and also for Beans. And if they do pit now, they are going to come out basically, well, where Alonso is, where Tanto is, between Gojo and Tanto, as things stand. They're not going to be completely out of it, but they're also not going to have a good time. Cosby now. There's 5 laps remaining, Cosby. You've used a lot of your mediums. You are not in a good spot right now. I'm not going to lie. Beans finally comes in. And Puncture Alley has been entered by the top 2 here. Soon by top 3. Beans, clean stop. What about Texer, who finally finds his way into the pit lane? Are you finally going to have a good stop here? Good stop, but the top 3 now are all in danger with 4 laps to go. And Rasek is our first victim. Monaz is our second victim. Is Nimitsuki now going to actually take wisdom from this and pit, or just going to stay out and cause some more mayhem? Because right now, Monaz is actually saving a little bit. No, Nimitsuki stays out. That's bold from the Haas. And not what I would have done. Let's just put it like that. As the Sauber now comes in, as Rasa comes in, but they've kind of already been shuffled into the lower point scoring positions here. They'll have to deal with Gojo to reclaim those points, to be fair. Nimitsuki is still alive, but with 3 laps to go, the AI is going to be stubborn. I do believe a Puncture is in your future. There's no way around that. The Alpine here is going to try and get the win. Master is in a better position, and the Haas tire has exploded. Unfortunately. Not unexpected, all things considered. With that, we have a fight for the win here between the Alpine and the RB here. Fight for second, or rather third, between Alonso, Tess, Lando, Cosby, Tanto. Nimitsuki, after this, is completely shuffled out of the points, and with the amount of time left, can't really get back into the fight, as sad as that is. How to join the grid on here? I'll make an announcement on Discord when we open up applications, Midge. Help me up. At this rate, we could actually see the Alpine 2 get in trouble. Yeah, there's a lot of cars there in trouble. Oh, yellow flag.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
Tanto this time with a spin.
Let's follow the drivers then through turn 16. And then the car just goes. Oh, dearie me, you don't.
That William just goes on an adventure. What? Tanto now in danger of getting a Puncture 2 by the end of this, as Rasek takes fastest lap, but needs to improve 2 places to take advantage of that point. But yeah, we could have another end of the race here where punctures are aplenty. I think the top 3 here are going to be fine, or rather the top 2. I think Tanto is the only one really in danger here of not finishing the race due to puncture. Cosby should be fine, but again, hit it a little bit too soon, I think. Gojo somehow finds himself into the points there after all this spinning that he's done. I don't know how that worked out, but it is the current scenario. Needs to hold on, though, and keep up with the other cars. Master, final lap here, leading a couple of seconds ahead of the Alpine. Alonso is 3rd. Tez is 4th, need to protect against Lando. Cosby is running 6th, desperately trying to catch up. Tanto is in puncture territory. Lando here is also going to enter puncture territory before the end of this lap. Tez is going to do the same thing. So we could see some problems here. Gojo now, under 30%. But is Lando going to snatch 4th here from the Mercedes car? Is that going to be something that happens as Tanto gets overtaken? Last corner is coming up. Both cars should be fine at the moment. Master wins. Both cars puncture at the same time. Oh, the Haas has a better run to the line. That is actually insane. That is actually insane. Gojo, did you hold off to 10? You did. But yeah, that is insane that the Haas go by with that puncture. Master wins. Mourinho gets 2nd here. Alonso gets 3rd. Lando, who had a very important pit stop, gets 4th. Haas gets 5th. Cosby ends up 6th here. 7th goes to Sauber. Beans gets 8th. Tanto gets 9th. And Gojo did a lot of acrobatics and somehow still ended up 10th here. I don't know how that worked out. Petrov, I'm going to have to ask if you want to use your destruction component on the ERS. I guess you will. We'll take a look at that in a second. Started my victory donuts early. I guess that is in relation to your spin. I'm sorry.
That'll be quite a blow having to cut their race.
That was insane from the
to come back stronger.
That was kind of insane there from Lando. Just punctured and just went full send anyways. Alpine actually bottled a 1-3 start. Well, one Alpine didn't bottle. One Alpine actually got a good result here in 2nd place. I'm never going to Alpine again. Has a Merc bought 100% of the tire, and they're going to use 100% of the tire. Indeed. Yes, please. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Actually, so dumb. I was leading by 5 seconds. Got unlucky and punctured at the beginning of the lap. That is, again, just poor luck. Can I murder my pick crew? No, but I think for the randomized season, we might go ahead and like maximize pick crew, maximize the cars. We'll see, because this is a lot of pain for everyone. I have a right to complain. Well, you ended up 14th here, so your right to complain has been heard at least. But yeah, Alonso basically last to 3rd here, last to a podium. That's some insane performance, and we have a Shaolin Master now taking lead of the championship. Pedrasik in 2nd, takes in 3rd. Alonso moves up 8 places here to 4th. Mourinho moves up 12 places. So a lot of improvements here from quite a number of teams. I think this puts RB pretty dominantly in charge of the constructors. Ferrari and Williams, 1 point between them in 2nd and 3rd. McLaren is 4th, but with Aston Martin and Red Bull just 2 points behind, that could change quickly. And Alpine did score nearly 20 points this weekend, so it is quite close here now for this one, all things considered. We're going to do the final race, but before that, I am going to go over the components once we get to the race weekend. So once we get there, I'm going to go over Petrov's car. We'll have you use probably a destruction token on your ERS. And if anyone else is curious, I'll take a look at their car and I'll give you some advice on whether or not I would send the component to the Shadow Realm. Imagine bottling with the best car on the grid. Isn't that the story of your lifetime? Don't jinx yourself like that, man. Guilherme Batips. Yeah, we'll give him 400,000. The grid is on hard difficulty, yeah. That way we get a little bit more spice with the aggression. We're ahead of Mercedes. Yes. So good. Yeah. Hello, Mourinho. Welcome back. Now that you have returned, your driver will somehow become extremely bad. It is the... it's just how the game works somehow when I stream. If you are here, you jinx yourself. If you're away, you win. Which make things a bit interesting. How do you take a look at my car? I need to win at Bahrain here. Can my car not have 16 kilograms of weight, please? That would be nice. We could take a look at that, yeah. As we get to Bahrain here in 10 days, I will save, fire up the editor, and we will forcefully change some components if you wish. At least I scored points this time. Well, progress is progress. True, you are Big Sean, aren't you? Now that I think about it. At least you have gotten your honor back now. You have you have gotten some of that some happiness back. Big Sean made a big comeback, if you will, almost winning a race there. It's hard takes for development and the race. Yeah, Sakia is today. This is also a track that kind of eats tires a little bit, so fingers crossed. I'm just going to do a new save here, like so. And let's see, I need to actually load up the editor. Give me 1 second. We will take a look at where everyone is for their cars. Okay. I think we are ready here to do this. There we are. There we are. And with that, let us go past here and take a look at the powertrains. For most cars here, it is 68 to 70%, which honestly isn't that terrible. I would probably save my components here, my powertrain component at least, until later on in the season. I think that would make the most sense. And Master might want to change his. He's down to 46%. But apart from that, I would recommend that everyone else just hold on to their token, because you only have 1 destruction token for each component. There's still 5 races remaining. Shaolin Master could, you know, wait for 1 more race to do it, but I would probably recommend just gambling on it here. The RB did have a very, very good performance last time around. In terms of the ERS, it's 80 to 90% for most of you guys. I can't recommend, you know, even switching these out. Look at this. The only one who has a bad one is Shaolin Master after the crash. And the AI has actually replaced Petrov's ERS without me doing anything. So you already have a new ERS, Parker. You don't need to use a token. Shaolin Master is the only one currently running anything even remotely damaged. And how is your gearbox? It's decent. They changed your gearbox. So, if anything, Shaolin Master, ERS, and powertrain. But for the rest of you, you're actually looking good. I'm happy Haas can take value in finishing poorly. We here at Mercedes only care about the win. So anything less than first is irrelevant. You're not having a good season then, Parker. But yeah. Petrov did get a new engine in ERS, engine and gearbox before Silverstone after the crash in Australia. And then with the major damage to the component, got a new ERS here going into Bahrain. Is Shaolin Master here, by the way? Knowledged? I don't think that affects it, because that's basically the car part, the powertrain component. But yeah, I don't think Shaolin Monk is here, or Shaolin Master is here. So we are just going to allow things to go as they are. No need to really change any components, as far as I can see. What we can, however, do is... get into this final race weekend, I think. Yeah, Charlene say what's up, just been watching silence. Do you want to switch your component? Good sir. Because if we take a look at the car parts here, your powertrain is pretty damaged. Everyone else is running about around 70%. Your engine is at 46. Your ERS is at 46. Your gearbox is fresh. But your ERS and your engine are kind of getting to where they're going to be broken. So the question that I pose to you, do you want to use your tokens to destroy your ERS and your engine to forcefully get a new one right now? You have one token for your engine, one for your ERS, and one for your gearbox. If you feel so, because if you feel you can, I don't have a clue. I would, because once they get a little bit worse here, they are going to basically explode. So I would recommend just getting a new powertrain, getting a new gearbox here, particularly also because you just had a good result. So it would be a good idea to just get this kind of sorted already. But yeah, we are going to blow these up by giving them basically 1% durability. This forces the AI to switch them out in practice. And it is the only way I can guarantee that they will, you know, switch it to a fresh component rather than one that has damage. So we'll do it like that. And with that, we are back into the game. Basically, if I repair your component and it has some problems, then the AI, those problems are still going to persist. So it is just better to completely blow up the component and force the AI to switch that way. That is also why I gave you 3 components this season, just to make that a little bit easier to kind of sort, really. But yeah, we are finally done with the fix here. We are going to go back to Commentator's Curse, reload the career, and we are ready now for Bahrain. Like so. Race targets. Let's jump into this. You, after I destroyed your 1 engine now, you have 2 engines, yeah, remaining. You are correct. David, your engines and everything was fine, 70%. You didn't have any real damage, really, so I would just wait for now. At 70%, you're not really losing any pace, so you should be okay. Season lap, we'll see where things shake out, hopefully. Reigning qualifying. Yes, Bahrain is going to be interesting for the reigning qualifying. AFN is already shaking his boots over there at the mention of some rain. There's moderate rain in the Bahrain qualifying, which is going to spice things up, but on the plus side, it allows you guys to have more tires for the race. So is it actually a bad thing? I wouldn't say so. I think it is probably beneficial more so than anything else. And I'm sorry, AFN, I'm just joking with you. Okay, in terms of the weather here, it's supposed to get dry towards the end of the session. So bank a lap now for everyone is going to be the order of the day. And then we'll see how it shapes up towards the end when it is getting a little bit drier. First lap has been completed here. Six currently in second. Everyone else just shuffling in behind, except for Singh, who moves himself up ahead. His Red Bull teammate takes pole position at the moment. S, at last at the moment, has to have been held up. A lot of you have been struggling a little bit. But it is going to get a little bit wetter, and then it's going to get dry here now. Are we going to have just one more lap, or are you going to go full send? We'll have to wait and see. Does it rain in Bahrain? It did rain this year, yes. My car is the best car right now. I think your car was the second best. The Alpine was the best last race, and the RBs came second. It does seem like they will wait, and I'm kind of wondering if I should send Floof out, if it's going to improve more than 2.5 seconds. I think we'll stay in the pits. I think we'll try and play it safe. Cosby sends it as the first car here. That is a little bit of a risk, if you ask me. but it is a risk that you've elected to take right here. Cosby now. We have a yellow flag. I think I see a Tanto off the road.
Yellow flag here.
A crash! What? Tanto, what have you done? Did you crash with someone on the rejoin? Oh. Williams and Williams, why? Oh no! I'm sorry for laughing, but that looks so stupid. Beans! How could... Like, crashing in qual is bad and all, but taking out your teammate like that is just... Tanto really does not want Beans to get through here. That was atrocious. That is something special there. Investigation. Is he gonna get penalized? No penalties given for the... Basically T-bone there on the rejoin. The Williams Civil War is on. Cosby starts with a purple sector. That gets immediately snatched away here, to be fair. But we'll have to see if we survive at the moment. Rasek with the poorest first sector of anyone so far, which is not great news. Beans, similar time. But Beans has an excuse of not having really a front wing. Alpine now takes purple before Red Bull snatched it back immediately, not accepting that. David now purple, Gojo purple. Gojo kind of uses all of his mojo in Q1 for some reason, I feel. Sene up in second, Rasik in fourth, Dub into fifth. Tab up into third here. Oh, Master up into second, keeps it going. Currently in danger. We'll have to see if they improve down here. Petrov and Tans, both the Mercedes, are in troublesome position at the moment. Right now, the Williams could both get shuffled out here due to their crash with each other, because basically they have no confidence and they are going to get shuffled to the back of the grid. Mortis, unfortunately, here. Lando, our last time podium, well, win contender, really, didn't really make it out of Q1, which is unfortunate. Both Williams out, Dub out, Rasik out as it stands. Cosby saved by the Williams Civil War. And honestly, the same goes for the Mercedes here. Same goes for the Mercedes. I think everyone has done their final run at the moment. Q2 starts where Q1 left off on the Inters. And in this case, it is going to get wetter the longer we go. So this is a one-lap shootout. This is a one-and-done thing, and Alonso is out first, which... Excuse me, I had to sneeze, and I decided to actually be merciful to your ears this once. Alonso is actually out first, as I said, which is a huge benefit on this one, because rain is supposed to increase. So it is actually really, really beneficial here. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate it. Another poop sticker. Very, very generous of you. But yeah, let us see here how this one goes. Very similar first sectors for most of you guys, because you can't really hold each other up now. That is one benefit of a wet quali where it gets wetter the longer you go. Tess with the worst first sector here is not what you'd like to see. Alonso is not doing very well at the moment. Lost 2 tenths in second sector. 3 tenths if you compare it to a Red Bull. So 3 seconds down the road is not good enough, I think. Schumacher in 5th. Gojo in 5th. Ooh, the RBs could be out here in Q2, and it looks very likely to be the case. The DRS train kind of going in favor, I guess, of the other cars there. Cosby, what can you do? You do save yourself. Tess 16th, Alonso 15th, Master 14th. The RB domination era comes to an end here immediately. Hicks 13th, David. Sorry, not David. Yeah, David. Sorry. Yes, David. Help. 12th, Schumacher. has been hit by the Alpine Floof curse and is out by less than 100th of a second. There is 1/10 from getting through in 8th to being out in 12th. This is still a pretty close grid here. Top 10 is basically within 3/10 of each other around Bahrain. I think that is an acceptable difference. I don't think anyone is going to do a miracle here because, as I mentioned, it is getting wetter. Let's see if someone bends it into the wall. Oops, I removed the poop sticker. What if we make prediction before each race week? Just my suggestion. It could be, but I think it's just hard to make a proper prediction for this because I'm limited on how many options I can put in. So if you have any suggestions for a prediction that you would like to see before a race weekend, we could do something similar like that just to spice it up a little bit. Hello, by the way, Chang. Well, there goes my chance at private championship. It is still double points in Jeddah for the final race of the season, so it is going to be decided there, to be fair. But yeah, Nimitsuki are doing a good one here with the Haas. Park and Petrol making a bit of a comeback, and both McLarens through for once. Which means Q3 is going to be painful, as we do actually start with a dry tire. Which means it's going to get wetter towards the end. One lap shootout again here. In Bahrain. 1 lap to rule them all. The Alpine getting a lot of room there at the back, allowing everyone to just rubber the track for them. That is going to be that's going to be interesting. Can Petrov do what Petrov does and just pull a win out of the hat randomly? Or is the championship now in danger? Why am I doing a lap? Oh, right. You are correct. Brain not working. We'll have to see if this slows me down enough. It's been a long time. I'm on autopilot. I'm sorry. That is true. Why am I not thinking? Why am I not functioning today? I think it is because I've streamed too much. But yeah, thank you for calling out that I should just bid him, because I'm an idiot. But even then, that's 3 purple sectors. Do I reload it here? Because everyone has set pretty similar first sectors here. Do I just reload it? Nah, no. Because what's going to happen is that Floof's going to nab a point. I always watch but rarely comment. That's fine, honestly. That is good, Chang. Reload it. Wait, actually don't. I think I'm going to just reload the qualifying because everyone is still running very similar. We can just keep in mind who the point goes to. Could do that. Cosby has a bad lap. You are correct. Unfortunately, I think what we are going to do is just remember who the lap goes to. And we'll just do it like that. I thought everyone had very equal here, but I didn't see Cosby at 27-8 there. Petrov is still faster, though. That final sector slowdown really did actually give fastest lap to the Red Bull in this case. Cosby even beat our time. So it did actually work out just fine at the end. That is everyone through, however. Kaiser takes pole position here. Living Duck and our other Red Bull friend here, 2nd and 3rd. Petrov gets 4th. Alpine in 5th. Gojo 6th. Sauber in 7th. Nimitsuki in 8th. Couldn't replicate the performance from first qualifying or Q2. And Cosby gets 9th here, unfortunately. No, can we vote? Well, if I was taking the top spot there, we would have probably reloaded. But thanks to you guys catching me. Ty, thank you very much. we are safe in this regard. A lot of lockups right now. What are you guys out on? Are you using soft tires? No, inters. Okay. Didn't know after that it was wet. Yeah, it was just a one quality run there, you see. Yeah, that does put Kaiser on pole position. Kind of unfair to the bottom three. Lucky you lot. Wow. I love that you don't count yourself among the lucky ones. Told you cost me out a bad lap? Well, it happens, to be fair. Let's go. Aston's first pole. Partly cloudy. We are going to Bahrain. Final race of tonight. And then we will probably continue tomorrow after the race in China, I think. Because I have something I need to do in the afternoon. But I have time in the what will be my morning. But probably everyone's evening. It's going to be basically the worst scuff you've ever seen.
Anticipation is really building. Here we go with the Bahrain Grand Prix.
I see a lot of soft. One
Lights out, and
medium
away
runner
we
there. Oh, there's actually a medium runner further up the order as well. The RB here with the medium. There's actually more medium runners than expected. But yeah, 3 medium runners here. They could actually be cooking because, as we saw earlier, using your long-lasting tires early might be a pretty big benefit. So whoever uses the mediums here, uses the hards, might actually end up coming out on top. Our car is the worst. Apparently, Ty's car is the worst McLaren car, is what we are getting over the radio here. Kaiser just running away immediately here. 1.5 seconds. We've seen this before, however, and every time someone runs away, they get reeled in pretty quickly. I'm not gonna lie. Petrov has now the best start here, down into 6th, Gojo up into 5th. The Alpine here snatching one of the points away from Singh here in the Red Bull. The second I mentioned Petrov, he just takes that place back. And the same here for the Living Duck. It is Bahrain though, it is DRS heavy. There is going to be a lot of back and forth here. Look at the Aston just getting that place back with relative ease, if you ask me. Can Gojo do the same? Probably in this next DRS zone. If not, then the one after that again. But yeah, top 10 here remains, for the most part, unchanged. And I'm curious just who is going to be clever here and manage their tires. Because Bahrain, softs are so extremely powerful that whoever decides to manage their soft tires is going to have an insane advantage to everyone else. Match against Petrov. Well, you are keeping up with everyone at the moment, Mitsuki. It's just qualifying didn't work out for you. Everyone is still running in one big unit. And Singh could actually make something happen on these mediums as the rest destroy their tires. But mediums here are definitely getting shuffled back, and that kind of just proves my point here. That softs are incredibly powerful around here. And if you can keep a soft till the end of the race, get your mediums out of the way, get your hards out of the way, slow everyone down while they're on a quicker tire, that can definitely change your race here. And I think that is what we'll be seeing here from Singh. He is slowing everyone down. He is falling down the grid, yes, but he's having everyone use the valuable soft while not really getting any anything out, getting any reward for it. So that's going to be interesting. Gojo managing their softs could also be a huge contender here. We also have Tex further back managing their softs. Master is trying to do the same. So there are some cars are doing different things that could be interesting to watch. We'll have to see if Colspeak can catch up though. He's 3 seconds off the pace at the moment. I'm manifesting my inner Alonso. I was about to say Alonso there. My brain is definitely fried. But yeah, man is manifesting his inner Alonso. Alpine falling backwards a little bit here, but we are getting close to first pit stop, and Crosby once again pulls the trigger as our first pitty. And a soft tire is not what you want to see when you want to use mediums and hard before anything else. That could be a little bit troublesome. That was really early. Really early. I love that Crosby said he was manifesting his inner Alonso, and then McLaren immediately screws him over. I love that. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I'm manifesting my inner Alonso. Immediately gets shafted by his team. Mediums there for the Red Bull. Not a bad choice. How about the Ferrari? Mediums there too. Alonso, are you getting mediums? You're getting soft tires. Tanto, mediums. Crosby right now. Behind the Red Bull. But they will be chasing the cars ahead as we see two medium runners. Who is going to be our first puncturee here? Currently, the Sauber is in the lead in that. Both Saubers, that is. As Schumacher moves up into 8th position. I am Hamilton 2007 right now. Alonso did mean the McLaren? Yeah. Alonso does have kind of not had the best luck when picking his teams, let's just be honest. Medium there for the Alpine. What is the Haas going to do? The Alpine had a clean stop. It is a soft tire, clean stop. Sauber comes in here. Are they double stacking? They are. And that is a bunch of time lost for Dub, sitting behind his teammate in the pit lane. As Petro now comes out ahead of Tanto. But behind Alonso, behind Tez. And I assume Petro might have had a slow stop here because they qualified quite a lot higher. Or the undercut potential is just that strong around here. Which I guess makes sense, to be fair. It is a soft tire, Tez pitted earlier. Kind of makes sense. Is Kai going to throw this away by not pitting? No, comes into the pits now alongside Gojo. Hicks also comes in. The Astons are double stacking. McLaren has decided to...
And who's that having an issue in the pits?
Do a silent protest, I guess. I don't know what was going on there. Kai comes out, Hicks comes out. Gojo and his team screwing him over is a story for the, you know, story for the history books at this point. Why do they hate you so? I do not know. But after the first pit stops here, the Red Bulls are still 1-2, although Singh is going to get shuffled down once he does pit. Crosby is third, net second. Net third here for the Alpine, who just says, no, I'm net second. You don't control me. Mitsuki here in 5th, hunting down the cars ahead at the moment. Kaiser on fresh. Softs here should be able to move up again. And we have David, Tess, Petrov, Alonso, and Tanto. Enjoy. Don't worry, Floof didn't retire. Floof is part of my my team, so he is fine, I think. God has answered my prayers for a good stop. Well, God gave you a good stop and gave Ty a terrible one. So there is a trade-off there. Well, the main reason why your stop was slow ticks was because Kaiser was there in the pit box ahead of you. So there is a rhyme and reason why your stop was slow. But for Gojo, it was just punishment from his team, really. To be fair, you also got punished by your team, because why would you double stack? But hey, they did it. Beans now with fastest lap. McLaren pulling the Alpine, one suffer, one drive. Basically, yes. I'm curious though, is what Singh's plan is going to be here though. He's stayed out for a long time. To be fair, I think Crosby too is going to suffer, because when he pits, he's going to be in traffic paradise. And he is going to be the first one to pit. No way around that one. Thing here falls down to the back of the grid, which is not unexpected when you wait basically. Well, I didn't also know that you had face technology and could just face through the Ferrari there. That was interesting. We might need to properly scrutinize the Red Bull cars. No wonder you're having easy time overtaking when you just face through the car ahead. It's basically a pit entry and exit thing to prevent stupid crashes that the game allows for facing in those situations. I don't think that's allowed in the regulations. Yellow flag. Who has sent it here? Crash involving multiple vehicles. It's Cosby. Cosby versus Aston. Just a little bit of wheel banging. Ferrari takes advantage. Now, why did that happen in Canada last season? The pit stop crash? I think it was more that you ended up getting squished between two cars. And it wasn't really in the pit lane still. So Canada was a weird one, but Canada also has an extremely long pit lane. Like pit exit lane. So that might also affect it. I don't know. It's a weird one. But then again, this game isn't really that consistent when it comes to things like the pit lane crashes. So it makes sense from that perspective too. But Cosby here, your tires are shot. I don't think you damaged Kaiser's tires much, but maybe a little bit. But Cosby now is currently the biggest candidate for Puncture of the Race award. As David just gets that overtake done easily. And honestly, I think Kaiser will do the same here on you. Your confidence is about to flounder if you do not get your way into the pits ASAP. Cosby needs a 10-second penalty. I think Cosby got away with it for free. Cosby and Taz now do pit. That is soft tires for both of them. Bit of a slow stop there for Cosby. The McLaren team is not playing any favorites. If one is slow, the other is slow. As it turns out. 10-second penalty for being hit. Wild. But yeah, so far 1-2 is kind of running away with it, not gonna lie. Numitsuki is keeping up somewhat. That third podium slot. Alonso is coming into the pits here. It's gonna get shuffled towards the back here, unsurprisingly. That's another soft tire. No, that's a medium, my bad. My eyes need to be checked. That's the medium tire. Again, you want to get rid of your mediums and hards early on if you can. Save softs for the end. Because we could still have red flag safety cars the entire shebang here. There's still a lot of racing to be done. The pit crew just accepted the penalty. Let's just get this penalty out of here. Numitsuki now comes into the pits. And it's a Haas double stack. Clean stop, luckily. Sauber has clean one as well. What about Lando? They are contemplating about letting him go. He didn't tip well enough, so they decided to keep him for a couple of seconds longer. But yeah. Numitsuki, after pit stops here, have been shuffled down, but has 6 seconds of free air, which means undercutting is on the table here. Although Cosby says, nah, not yet. As we have the Alpine now coming in to get a new set of mediums. David, clean stop. What about the RB here, Master? Slow one. Tanto gets out of there. Beans, are you going to have a clean stop? Yes. Rasek is also having a clean stop here. But Master did definitely get... oh. Why are they so violent in that corner? That definitely looked like a send to the shadow roll move. As Master just has the worst luck ever. No, just gets by again. No, it's my spot actually. These two are gonna crash at the rate they're going, and I think we had a little bit of wheel banging there. Race leader now comes into the pits. I will pay all of my salary to the pit crew. Just give me some good stuff. Well, you can always hope. The pit crew is not merciful. Okay, Gojo now comes into the pits. Well, it comes out of the pits. I looked away for a second and suddenly everyone has
Out of
pitted.
the pits. Oh,
Schumacher
that's a slow one.
is in 15. He bullied his way through there. Tix and Dub shuffle towards the back here. But Petrov is leading. Needs that red flag now. The only one who has yet to pit. Honestly, Singh here and Cosby also do need a little bit of red flag help. Again, the double stack from Aston. I hate the team. Well, currently, it is a bit of a DRS train here. Because the Alpine driver is net first. Numisuko is net second now. If Numisuko can pull away from the two cars behind, that's going to be huge. But the question now is, can you keep the Red Bull at bay here? Or is that going to be a little bit too much to ask? The Duck is coming and the Duck can't be stopped. Just flies by Cosby there. Petrov and Singh are still staying out. But Petrov should be pitting fairly soon. Kinda needs to, as the Alpine now has caught up. But both of them pitting together. And with that, I believe everyone has now pitted. These ones. Clean stop from the Red Bull. Clean stop from the Mercedes. And they are going to get shuffled towards the back, which is just the nature of, well, everyone running within half a minute of each other around Bahrain. In terms of who is currently in advantage, of course, Alpine has a huge one. Living Duck has a small one. The Haas is doing okay too. Cosby and Taz are both in a little bit of trouble here. They've burned a little bit too much of their tires. But from the rest here, it's going to be very, very similar. Again, there aren't many gaps here to speak of. Well, the biggest gap here is actually the one from first to second. And then we have the gap between Beans and the Schumacher here. So, there aren't many gaps. Just as I mentioned Bean, that gap expanded to almost 6 seconds for a little while. That is wild. Can you please show the car development before you equalize? We'll take a look at that towards the end of this. Towards the end of the stream. Cosby now is getting into dangerous waters. Is getting shuffled back, hitting that 30%. There's too many cars with a lot better tires at the moment around, which is a problem. Tess is kind of suffering that very, very similar fate. And soon the other Haas will as well. Cosby actually comes into the pits here. As does Taz. Why are you not staying out and getting punches, lads? It's what I pay you for. Soft for Cosby. Mediums from Taz. If you can't tell, my brain is getting a little bit foggy right now. Been at this for probably a little bit longer than I should. But yeah, we have the Haas coming into the pits. I'm surprised we have that many sauce. Well, we did have, remember, the wet quali. It definitely helped with the soft storage. And it is still pretty close here, all things considered. Yellow flag. I assume there was just a tiny lockup from Beans.
Here we are down at turn 7. That won't help their chances. They've got to be careful.
Well, at least Beans is better at rejoining than his teammate. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, Tanto. Beans did that beautifully. Jojo running 6 here. Is going to try and get Alonso low, and then try and chase down David at this rate. Tanto now comes into the pits. Why do you double stack all the time? At least this one was clean, though, so I can't complain too much. Tanto onto a medium, Beans onto another soft tire. Oh, we've had an issue here with the Haas.
There's a yellow flag now.
Spin to win has occurred.
Take a look now. Here we are, we're looking at turn 11. That's it. That's the spin. And there's not much they can do.
Nomitsuki pulls a tie here, and that could be a puncture now too. That is not what we need, not what has needed. As Living Duck comes into the pits, Nomitsuki actually comes into the pits there, so at least the pit crew isn't completely out together on this one. Clean stop from the RB. What about the Haas here? A medium tie is awaiting. It is a clean stop at least, along slow. They are contemplating life over there. And for the Sauber here, they're doing the exact same thing.
Oh no, that's a slow.
Ferrari comes out ahead, Tex comes out ahead, and Monos did get screwed over completely there by the pit crew. Currently, David and Kaiser are the ones looking to be in danger from tire overwork, if you will. Tan went back to finish there. Really? I don't think I saw it, but okay. Oh, more pit stops. We have David, we have Kaiser, we have Singh, and we have Master now coming into the pits here. Clean stop from Ferrari. Slow stop here from Aston.
Something's not gone right.
Slow stop from Red Bull. Master takes advantage by getting a somewhat decent stop here. But with everyone pitting now. Again, I don't know how this one's going to go. We're just halfway through this race. Did they put you on an old soft? I believe they did. Same way with Rasek, unless you guys used 8% in the first two corners. Which might very well be the case. Yeah, the top 5 of the top 6 they do need to pit, as we now have the Alpine coming in. Kill my pit crew. How about this? I'll allow you to sacrifice. Oh, that's a slow stop from Alpine. Jojo now comes in. McLaren, slow, but not the slowest stop they've ever given him. I don't know how Gojo feels about that one. Could have been worse, is what I'm getting at here. Petro now, and Schumacher still needs to pit. Dub needs to pit. Safety car, all red flag could be huge here, and I'm surprised we actually haven't had many incidents, particularly with how close everyone is running. I will allow you to sacrifice. What do I want in exchange for your pit crew? Slow stop here from the other Alpine too. They just hug you a little bit. What about Dub? Clean stop. Schumacher in 14th now. Living Duck has taken the lead here in quite a dominating manner. But the Alpine does have 17% tire advantage. And that can be reeled in over the course of this stint then. Singh now has a mechanical fault. On what exactly is going to be my question on that one. We'll take a look in a second. But yeah, Petrov still needs to pit. Final PD, if you will. But I assume it is the gearbox here for Singh. Did you pick up some... We checked. Why did it say your gearbox was fine?
And what's that? A
Pit stop issue here for Petrov. That is not good for the reigning champion. That is getting shuffled to the back. And that is painful. I will allow you to sacrifice some performance picks to get above the pick room. Maybe that's how we do it in the future. You sacrifice some of your personal stats to get a better pick room for your team. We'll see. But for this one, we're probably not going to use this terrible pick room in the future. We're going to give them a little bit of a buff. But yeah, in terms of the tire usage here, Living Duck has either hard or soft left. 2 mediums have been used for Mourinho here. Nimisuki is on their second medium. And this is Mortis' 4th soft tire alongside Cosby. So yeah, life is weird. Yet any hard tire to make their appearance at the moment. Yet to be a hard tire use in this race. As there is a bit of a train forming behind Mortis here. And David gets the overtake done and is going to use the RS now to chase down Tez. Could we see a 5th soft tire for Cosby here? What does the game have in store for us? Are we going to get a 5th soft tire in this building? Kaiser fell apart. He's still running 10th. Did have a slow pit stop though that did screw him over, so we can't really be too judgy there, to be fair. And the Alpine is gaining even though Duck is pushing way harder than him. That's actually kind of wild. Oh. Tess now comes in for a medium tire. Beans is also finding their way into the pit lane. What are they going on? Another soft tire. We have yet to see a single hard around here. As Williams' crew keeps him a little bit longer than they maybe needed to. Tosby now, once again, in danger. Is holding up the entire train here, really. And does need to come into the pit lane sooner rather than later. Can't really allow anyone to gain a lot of time by playing it risky, but you are. Tanto comes into the pit lane. The McLaren crew has decided to gamble on Cosby here. Soft tires for the Williams. A little bit of a slow stop, but not the worst we've seen. Cosby is trying to manage, but again, there's a lot of cars behind, a lot of problems. 2 more laps, I take it, would be a puncture. Or at least into the puncture territory. As Schumacher now moves up into 7th. Cosby is being absolutely sent down here. I could imagine that maybe they're trying to keep you out in order to put you on a hard till the end. That would be an AI strategy, an AI classic, if you will. Cosby and Alonso now coming into the pits. Medium. Decent stop. Soft there for Alonso, but it's slow. Ticks, medium tires. Razek onto medium tires, but yeah. That is a very, very slow stop there for Alonso. And with that, down to dead last. But with a lot of cars still needing to pit, probably not going to stay there for long. And the Alpine here has caught up to the lead. Quite decisively, I might add. Whenever you're free, also show pit stop time after race. We'll take a look at that. Generally, the pit stops have been 3.8 seconds as the fastest one this race weekend. David comes in. Lando Mortis comes in for once the Haas aren't double stacking. Slow stop from Ferrari, but that does look like a hard tire. That is a medium tire for the Haas. It's a bit slow. Hard tire here for the Sauber. Medium tire there for the RB, if I'm not mistaken. And David, yeah, first car now onto the hard tire. Onaz is the second car onto the hard tire. Can they survive 20 laps, though, is going to be the question. As we have a yellow flag in Sector 1. Our champion is not having a good first half of this season.
And the control's lost. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
There will be words. But yeah, Living Duck is now losing to Alpine quite a bit. So comes into the pits. Hard tires. Gonna go through the end then. What about Gojo? Is there going to be another hard tire set waiting? It is. Master. Okay, not the slowest stop. Good stop. That medium or hard? I think that's a medium. We've had a crash here by looks of it. That is a hard tire for Petrov. And Razek here has picked up some damage. Getting squeezed there by the Red Bull and picks up some front wing damage. Singh not really content with allowing the Ferrari here to get ahead. Still 5 cars needing to pit, and probably anyone that doesn't go to hard tire needing to pit again. Even the hard runners here might need to pit again. So still a lot of racing to be done, and a lot can change here really, really quick. Tyson now comes in the pit lane. Is Aston finally going to do a good one, as there is a hard tire waiting? They did a nice pit stop. That was not in the script. Are they allowed to do that? So much yo-yoing going on. That is kind of how everyone pitting every now and again it's going to turn out. Yes, a lot of yo-yoing. What was the point of staying else along? I don't know, Cosby. You need to take that up with your pit group. Your pit wall, not me. I don't know the logic here. As our leader comes in the pit, yes, shuffle down a bit, which is not unexpected. But that is a hard tire. And considering they waited until our 40 to get it on, could still take advantage here. They're 3 seconds off our net leader, Living Duck. I'm wondering what the Haas is going to do here with Nimitsuki. Needs to pit. The longer they stay out, the further they're going to get in trouble. Right now, they're going to be shuffled out of the points. 3 cars behind them do still need to pit, though. Haas honestly also needs to pit, so more like 4. But Haas now are putting themselves in a bit of a compromised position, I dare say. Dub with 1 tire slides past there and gets the 5th place. Schumacher playing with danger right now, 26%. Is it going to be mediums till the end there as they're holding up their teammate at the moment? That's not what you like to see. And what is that? Why did Schumacher have NOS on his car there for a second? I think we need to do an inspection here again. There we go. Nimitsuki comes in. Schumacher comes in. That is a soft tire. That is a soft tire. I don't think that is a good choice to go for a soft tire here. Nimitsuki with a soft tire basically guarantees that there needs to be another pit stop. And I'm just curious, what do you actually have left in your bank here? You have used 2 mediums, so it kind of makes sense. You basically have a medium and a hard, or 2 mediums. That's generally the rule of thumb for the AI. So you actually use your good tires. You only have soft tires remaining. That makes sense. Okay, I thought you had a better tire available to you. That's my bad. That is going to make things a little bit riskier for the Haas team. Look away and have damage. Did I crash or just components? You crashed with Sing. Basically, you got squished to the outside and they took part of your front wing. Why am I on a soft? I haven't even used a hard. Well, I don't know, AFN. We can consult the archives. And the archives say you used 1 medium. So yeah, you should have 1 more somewhere. You're not wrong. You should have a medium or a hard laying around somewhere here. As Tanto and Rasek now comes in. Tess is still going to need to pit. Cosby is still going to need to pit. That is another soft tire. And I think that is also another soft tire with a slow stop here. Because they did replace your front wing too. That is not what you'd like to see here. Yeah, Living Duck now, firmly in charge. We'll have to see, though, if the Alpine can close down with the tire advantage. Tess is currently playing the wingman to the top 2 by, well, wingwoman to the top 2 by just holding everyone off. And, well, giving them extra heat into their tires. David's not having a good one here. Tyson not having a good one. But Tess does now actually get into the pits. And that is a soft tire awaiting them. I don't know how I feel about the soft strand here. I don't know how I feel about the mediums here. The hards might not even survive till the end at this pace. Remember, they went into the pits with around 20 laps to go. They've used 35%. If we use another 35% on Duck's tires, he's in puncture territory. So, yeah, even the hard runs are going to need to pit again at this pace. Nimitsuki might be cooking. But it's currently only up to the podium place there with Gojo. Just a perfect ending to my race. Pistol issue. Let's hope for a better second half season. We can pray. I will be taking a look at what's going on and equalize the cars again for the second half of the season. So everyone will be back together, if you will. For now, though, we are slowly getting to the end of this one. Jojo pushing energy, I assume, to get away. Gets a couple of seconds down to the Ferrari, but with the DRS swaps, they should be able to chase the McLaren down again. At 6 now, comes into the pit lane. There we go. Clean stop. Now, once Cosby pits, because Cosby will have to pit, I don't see any other way around this. It's basically getting shuffled to the back. I don't even think Nimitsuko can survive another 11 lap on these softs as they make a move on Kaiser. So, yeah, it's kind of gonna be wild. It's just done 3 laps. At this pace, the soft's actual like life is just 7 laps, 7 or 8 laps around here. Like, this is the current laps done on that just 4 laps now. So yes, 8, 9 laps, something like that. The hards here, no one has actually run the hards for 10 laps either. Mona is the one with the most laps alongside David, and they're already at 46%. They are not, the hards here are not surviving till the end. I'm once again getting bamboozled by what's going on. Nimitsuki needs to clear both cars ahead. Takes under their softs. And here we go. Pit stops are starting. The final one is here. David comes in first. Onto a soft tire with a slow stop. Kaiser onto a soft tire. Clean stop. Still not getting out of here. Beans with a spin.
Here we are then at the 11th corner.
It's going to cause a little bit of trouble.
Spin. And I wonder, could they have done anything about that?
Not the best spin we've ever seen. But it does force you into the pits, unfortunately. And we have both the Ferraris here being buddies again. Beans comes in. Why would you wait? Well, to be fair, the hards kind of do evaporate, so it makes sense. But hards here for Beans now. As Living Duck is coming into the pit lane. Soft tire till the end. Are these going to try for that? Gojo, what are you going to do? Soft tire till the end. All going to try for a clean stop this time around. I'm afraid Nimitsuki's AI, I'm afraid the Alpine AI here are going to try and stay out till the end. And if they do, it's not going to be a good time for anyone. You all are going to have to suffer a little bit for that one. Less than 10 laps remain here as we have the Alpine coming into pit. What are you going to do here, Haas? You're staying out for one more lap at least. Clean stop from the Alpine. Not going to beat staying out, not going to beat the train out here. But with the exception of Living Duck, everyone else should need to pit again, and it's just one car between them. Depending on how quickly they get by, this could change things drastically here. But it is definitely between Living Duck. It is between the Alpine and Marino to get the win here, as Cosby is playing things dangerously again. The McLaren just not having a good grasp of strategy here, I dare say. Nimitsuki is going to very soon be in the same situation. Cosby has a puncture. As going into the final corner, though, so it could be worse, to be fair. But you are holding up a lot of the cars, too. Giving Lando a little bit of a freebie here. Hard tire with 6 laps to go. Hard tire with 6 laps to go. And they have a pit stop issue to...
And there's been a slow pit stop.
They held your hards, Cosby, until 6 laps to go with a puncture to go. You could have gone on this like 3-4 laps ago. No problem. Nah, we're keeping that. It's our hard tire. We're not giving it to him unless he... Oh my god. That is Again, I should do a case study on just how the AI does pit stops in this game, because that's insane. Sing now, looking for his own little puncture as Schumacher comes in. That is a soft tire. That's a lot better than what we saw with the McLaren. Soft tire here for Petrov. Nimitsuki is, again, living dangerously. When they do pit, they're going to be out of the points. There's just no way around that. But Sing now is in danger. We'll see Dub here be in danger. Master will be in danger. For Nimitsuki, what is needed is a safety car, as Sing now punctures their tires. With a couple of corners still to go. Holds up Master, holds up Gojo a lot. Tanto holds up everyone here, really. And Nimitsuki does now come into the pits, but it is unfortunately way too late here, I think. Hard tires, too. So, yeah, life is weird. WMD with a puncture. There is a yellow flag. Someone is doing some shenanigans. Cosby had a lockup on those fresh hards.
Now we can see what happened. Here we are.
What is going on right now? Why is the last 5 laps just full chaos every race? I should just 16x until we get to the last 10 laps and see how things turn out, because that is when the fun begins. Sing has pit stop issue in addition to their puncture. But yeah, Master is in danger here. The other question is going to be, can the Alpine here and Mourinho catch Living Duck? 2 seconds between them, 13% tire difference. Master now has a puncture. Can't really get much more out of the way here. And with that, Nimitsuki is actually back into the points, surprisingly enough. And with 3 laps to go here, maybe the choice wasn't as terrible as I thought. It's just 3 seconds to the DRS train, and then another 3 seconds up to the cars ahead. And as they are getting to that 30% mark, they are going to get quite a lot slower. Maybe the Haas are cooking the rarest steak here. I don't know. It's a weird scenario, no matter how I look at it. Schumacher is probably in a bit of a better position, to be fair, on the soft tires here. But what kind of lap times are they actually going to be setting? That's going to be the big question. 3 laps to go now. Tanto is probably going to get a puncture. Good watch, Big Sean. Yeah, I am. I'm keeping an eye on that interval right there. Tanto is looking for a puncture. Taz is getting under that 30%. Nimitsuki needs to get a move on here. And that is going to be the Alpine overtaking for the lead. The question now is, are they going to be able to keep Living Duck at bay? And it does seem like the answer to that is yes. I think they just barely got DRS down the main straight here. But if they didn't, I think that is the race done. With Alpine getting a win here, most likely. Nimitsuki has cleared 1 car. Next up is Tix. Cleared just like that. Needs to clear David. Needs to clear Tanto. And then maybe they can catch Kaiser for a 4th place finish here. A lot of things going on at the moment. But yeah, Alpine in lead. Living Duck 2nd. Gojo is currently relaxing in 3rd. We haven't seen any of those signature spins yet. Maybe we'll get one on the final lap. Nimitsuki should be able to clear Tanto here with ease. And then the question is, can they chase down any of the other cars ahead? As final lap now is beginning. And the other Haas is not really getting the move on that they need. Tanto could pick up a puncture here, which would give Taz... Well, the puncture has been picked up, which could give Taz a chance at some points. Can Nimitsuki close down 3 seconds to Kaiser over this final lap? That is going to be the main event. Fastest lap, currently hands of Monas. Very worn tires ahead. Kaiser is in danger. Really in danger here. And is definitely not going to be able to hold off those fresh hards. But judging by just how much they were left, again, Nimitsuki pitting 3-4 laps earlier might have been enough to get a podium here. Gets the overtake done. The other Haas gets the other overtake done. Mourinho here wins. Living Duck gets second. Gojo gets a podium by all estimations here. And Nimitsuki does get fourth, which is not the best thing ever. Tess ends up getting a puncture. Are they going to survive the final corner? No, they're not. Nimitsuki goes fourth. Kaiser goes fifth. The other has Mortis here. Lando Mortis 6th. David 7th. Show Marker in 8th. Picks in 9th. And we have a point here for the Sauber. Master gets fastest lap just to spite everyone. No fast lap point for anyone right there. But it was a interesting end to this. Don't jinx my teammate, Nero? Well, why? What do you mean? I would never do such a thing. My first points finish at P8. I know another Alpine driver, AFN, who had his first point finish be a P8. And I think you know him very well. If I was in Haas, I would have been P4, P5. Could have been, yeah. What a drive, indeed. Bit of a recovery there towards the end from Nimitsuki. Not the wall. You are the spiritual successor, AFN, to the wall known as floof. I wish you good luck on your floofing. Yes, I will take a look at the bits of times here, cars, but Mourinho now wins this race. I think that puts them in contention for the Drivers' Championship, maybe even in the lead. But Gojo here gets a good result for once. No spins this time around and immediately on the podium. Kaiser, Mortis, improving 10 positions actually kind of good. But yeah, Singh had a terrible race here. No way around it. Petrov too had a terrible race. And in the Drivers' Championship now, Mourinho does take the lead in an Alpine. Shaolin Master gets shuffled down to second. Living Duck moves up to third with the finish here. And it's still a pretty close fight between these three. And we have Razak, Cetix Isos, which apparently I've made your name the wrong way around, I guess. Somehow. Gojo, Alonso, Nimitsuki, Tanto, The Beans, and then Mortis. Actually, a lot of you guys have the same amount of points, so it's a pretty close fight. If this was the qualifying round, I don't know how it would kind of, well, to be fair, Beans has a podium, so I guess that is the difference maker. But yeah, it would be kind of difficult to separate you all. Schumacher finally scores points. Finally gets on the board here, and Parker Petrov has had pretty bad fall from grace, but a win and then a win in the final race could still turn this around. I'm not gonna lie, it's not over until it's over. Constructors then, RB keeps the lead. Alpine is up into second, Ferrari third, Red Bull fourth here, McLaren fifth, Haas sixth, and it's still a pretty close fight. Let's be honest, it's just 23 points between 8th and 1st. So Mercedes and Keke or Sauber lacking a little bit. But for the mostly, it's been a close fight here for everyone else. Floof, no. Should just not turn up next stream. I won the F2 shootout while being asleep. That is kind of how it works, yes. You killed a man, but not the idea. True. I'm still pissed how Alfie bowls so many points for me. FN, that is the Floof experience. Like, that is literally the Floof experience. That is the Floof experience in a nutshell. I am number 1 now. Yeah. Data view here. Can I take a look at... Let's see here. Well, a lot of fastest laps. I wanted to see if I could get a full pit stop report here. Kind of what I'm looking for. Not really. We'll only have the top 10 here. But yeah, you guys have improved from 3.8 to 3.7, but again, stops are slow. And they're bad. It's just the way things are. There was also somebody that decided not to box me. I see AFN is having the full Thai experience right now. AFN won't be my teammate next season. Oh. I can't believe I'm never joining you guys again. Oh, damn. Bonus Smoothness return next season, going all in on Smoothness. Good work. Haven't had much more luck. But yeah, Kick Sauber currently is winning the, at least they're winning the pit stop championship. Haas second, Alpine third here. Red Bull dead last actually, so as you can see, the pit stop has had an effect. Currently the fastest pit stop here is a 3.678. And that is, yeah, the fastest pit stop we've seen so far this season. I would rather be in Sauber over Alpine. I'm never going to the French again. Hey, I found the reason why you're getting punished by the French here is because you took away the Renault engine. Literally. It's because you took away their engine and they're punishing you for your crimes. They're punishing you for choosing Ferrari over Sauber. Sauber over Renault. That's just how life goes. Yeah, there's no Smoothness is brutal. Not gonna lie. I am gonna go ahead here and move us forward to Sao Paulo because I don't think every car has car pass right now, and I generally just put them on before the race. So we'll move 6 days forwards and we'll take a quick look at how the cars look. I'm gonna be equalizing them again for the second half of the season, of course, which could again change things up. But we'll have to see just how everything looks right now. I'm not going to be doing Brazil today, Tez. We'll be doing that tomorrow, as I mentioned, most likely after the race. My brain is already getting broken, and I need a bit of a break myself here. My voice is getting raspier and raspier with each word. I've chugged like 3 bottles of water already. My experience with this is the definition of insanity. It could be worse. Floof can control your entire team operations like Mercedes. I love that the second we put Floof in charge of Mercedes, you guys just did not know what a car was anymore. My driver's performed better than my teammate, yet they're just primed as number 2. It's not multi-21. It is papaya rules, Cosby. Papaya rules. And you are not the papaya. Clearly. Yeah, weird, right? Floof gets put in charge and suddenly you guys are struggling. I am going to show you the development process takes, but just make sure that everyone actually has components on the vehicle. We need to just move to Sao Paulo. It's getting tired so bad. It kind of is. I need to rest. Would Mercedes want me back as TP? Yes, you were god tier. I love that. We need to get Floof a win though. At one point. Guys, here's the thing, I can still win, but it's just never happening. To be fair, everyone can win in this. It's just whoever gets screwed over the least by the pit crew, whoever gets screwed over the least by punctures. And for the last couple of races, that has been the Alpine. Well, one Alpine. The other one has not had a good time. Hey, Maxi Floof has been kidnapped here by Aston Martin. I wonder who Maxi Floof is going to be replacing. I'm sitting with you at 3 AM and you're complaining. I'm sorry, Dick. I'm having fun. But yeah. I understand that it is 3 AM and you probably want to sleep a little bit more than me. But in my defense, I've been up since basically 4 AM at this point. I've been up since before the sprint. Floof deserves nothing. I love that Petra is just like, I had a good thing going. And then you sent Floof my way. Now it's not a good thing anymore. Damn. Drives the Floof's Mercedes. Checks inside. Just Alpine 2.0. Damn. Thank you, David. Thank you. Appreciate it. When am I winning? I don't know. You need to go to Floof's Shrine and request the removal of the curse, and maybe then you'll be allowed to win. But yeah, car analysis here. Let us start with the ones that have been doing well so far. The Alpine. And we shall compare it to... Honestly, I'm just going to start at the top and we'll move our way down. Alpine supremacy is real. And apparently, still, the AI has not been able to shed weight, but you are getting tire preservation back. So Ferrari has currently been a little bit of a struggle, which makes sense. They aren't that far behind on cornering, but when you're behind on everything, that makes sense, particularly when you have equal-ish drivers. For McLaren, a very similar scenario is occurring. You're not as far behind as the Ferrari team, but you are still behind Alpine. So it's actually really impressive that you got a podium last time out. I'm not gonna lie. The AI is still refusing to shed some weight here, which means they haven't actually designed every part yet. That is pretty bad. The Red Bull is actually stronger than the Alpine in some aspects here. But all in all, Alpine still has that low-speed cornering advantage. Apart from that, the car's actually fairly equal. Mercedes is not looking great. I'm not gonna lie. It's looking decent. Like, it's better than Ferrari. It is better than the McLaren. So it's just a bit of an unfortunate scenario here in terms of performance. Williams vehicle. Actually pretty decent. Better than Ferrari, better than McLaren for sure. But still behind Alpine. Alpine has definitely done some shenanigans with their low-speed cornering. The Haas is really close, actually. I'd say the Haas is probably... Okay, they're not as close as I thought, but yeah. I read this as 620. But that's kind of interesting, though. That this is the difference between 3rd and 17th. The Haas actually scored a lot of points last time around. Like, this is 3rd, and then we add another 20 Gs, and that is basically last. So at least they're still close in most stats, but yeah, the Alpine low-speed advantage is definitely something for the history books here. Along with the tire preservation, honestly. I guess they've done a suspension more, maybe, than everyone else. I'll be with the top speed, with the high-speed cornering. Very similar medium, but again, lacking low speed. I think the Alpine team has actually done the GOAT move and done a suspension more than everyone else. That's the only way I can explain this. Kick Sauber is also very similar to the Alpine here. I'm not going to lie. They're honestly pretty good. 5th versus 15th is 0.005 Gs, which is basically nothing. So cornering wise, the cars are still very close. Alpine has a pretty decisive tire preservation advantage right now. And if you take a look at Aston Martin here, again, very close, all things considered. Tire preservation advantage Alpine is definitely having an effect here. Let us take a look here, what you guys have to say. Move back to Alpine you go. We're gonna see database edit. We can, yeah. Yeah, I think I need to dive a little bit into the editor. I think I can just manually edit the weight. I probably need to start doing that at the start of the season. I thought the AI would equalize the weight a little bit better than they have. So I'm probably gonna have to start editing that too at the start of the year. But yeah, showing you grip position doesn't really matter because, like, let's see, let's find the slowest. That is the best high-speed cornering team. Who is the slowest? It is McLaren here. So if I compare this, McLaren is lacking high speed more so than anyone else, 50. But if I go back to, say, Alpine, who is the 15th worst, the difference is just 10. So if you take that into consideration, This might seem like a huge gulf, but 10 high speed is way less than a tenth a lap. So, well, maybe 600-700s. So with that in mind, while this looks like a huge gap, it isn't. And I understand that people do like to look at, numbers, which is better at which. But what you actually need to do is compare directly the stats. So we do need to keep that in mind too. Need the full Red Wing to use that much for Red Bull? Yeah. I swear Alpine has stopped the Ferrari and McLaren strategy, then somehow made it worse. What tractor the closest podium? Both of our strategy? Yes. Compare Alpine car 1 and 2. Okay. You have identical vehicles. You have identical vehicles. AFN. But yeah, give me a sec here. I'll save and we'll fire up it in the editor and see what the editor has to say. I think McLaren is going to be definitely the slowest team in terms of the editor. I'm just curious how much it is. They put something illegal in car 2. I love how you just don't want to accept reality here. But yeah, for the reason also why McLaren is slow is because they are definitely penalized, if you will. If you want to look at that from that perspective, they're definitely suffering from having those extra 5 kilograms compared to everyone else. Let us fire up the editor here. There we are. So there we are. 60.5% if Alpine. They're actually a full percentage point ahead of Haas. And Haas and Visa is actually just very, very close to each other. Mercedes is a good fourth here. McLaren, 55.77. The AI definitely has been shafting you by not removing the weight. That is for sure. But all in all, it is that 1 to 2% for most teams. We do have 2 outliers, say in Alpine and McLaren. But from Stake Sauber here to Haas, it is those 2 percentage points. And I do want to have a little bit of variance to shake up the grid a little bit more. But yeah, definitely going to start editing the weight at the start of the season going forwards. And I'm going to equalize the weight going into the second half here. They aren't identical as one was cursed by Floof. Are you saying that because Floof drove that car, it's now a cursed item? Yeah, 2% difference, but like it's 5% different from McLaren to Alpine. Doja did a good job putting that thing in a podium. Yeah, I think we are going to end it here. As I mentioned here, I'll do a little bit of editing tonight, and we will get things back equalized and shed the weight for everyone going into the final 4 races of the season. We still have another 4 races. Can't wait for the next one. Tire is pain. Picker is pain. Development is pain. Spinning is pain. I love that. I love that. Funny enough, Mercedes upgrade is better than last season. Last season of 4 races we were 7th. This time we're 5th. Well, last time you were also leading the constructors at this point, Tessa. Tessa, it's not going that way this time around for sure. But yeah, that is kind of the randomness of this game, though. Like, could just be extreme luck that gave Petrov the win for the first 2. But this kind of just shows you how quickly that luck can change. With 6 points scored so far by one Mercedes and 20 points scored total. With how things change. But we'll have to see. We are going to equalize things next time around, which could change your luck. And as I mentioned, with double points in last race, it is still possible for anyone to snatch the championships. But yeah, I'm going to head off to bed. I'll be watching the race tomorrow morning, and then I'll probably fire up the stream afterwards. And we'll see if we can get this season finished. I have somewhere I need to be in the afternoon. So we'll have to see just how far we get before the end of... before I have to go, basically. But yeah. Good night. Thank you for the stream. Let's go. I'll be continuing to lead. See you later. Analogy. I won't be able to catch the next stream, so I'll leave my boom tickets to your description. I'll keep that in mind, Rasek. Wasn't luck, it was lack of floof. Damn. Can I show the Drivers' Championship a screenshot? Man wants to put it on the wall. Yeah, there you go. If I don't get a race win, I'm never getting one again. Well, yeah, bye everyone. I hope you get your screenshot. I'll let this keep on playing for a couple of seconds. Good night. See you all tomorrow. Hope everything goes well for whichever team you are supporting in the race tomorrow. Bye bye everyone. Good evening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for liking, subscribing, everything. Bye for now.